Hello everybody. We are back today with some Phoenix Wright. Hopefully finishing today. Quite probably. Don't know exactly how long this last chapter should be, but supposedly, considering we are starting pretty early today, I should be able to be done today. And then next week we're gonna probably start Tales of Symphonia. Yeah, right, the one. I sometimes like mix up Tales of Games, but yeah, Symphonia should be the one we're gonna probably start next week. And yeah, I guess let's get to it. Let me swap everything up. Just a second. Up. We move on. I remove the music on my end, and we can go. We can try and solve this last trial. Don't help Lana out of her little troubles, let's just say. But let me just take a look back at the court record to see exactly what we established last time. So we did seem to realize that, yeah, we had technically two murders happening at the same time. I mean, supposedly two murders happening at the same time. But from all of the info we could gather, the same person was killed in both. We don't exactly know what happened. Like, supposedly Goodman died at 1515 in the police station, but also we seem to have found Goodman in the parking lot of the prosecutor's office at 1515. No, at 5:15, not 15:15, 5:15, I mean. And yeah, we found his body at 5:15 in the prosecutor's office parking lot too. So, who did they actually find in the police station is what I'm wondering right now. We also found out that there is, like, other than the ID being exactly the same, there is supposedly a link between the two, because we've got this knife that was found on the scene of the prosecutor's office after being hidden by Lana Skye inside the muffler of the car of Miles Edgeworth's car. And we've also found this note showing us like a hint towards case SL9 and the switchblade knife that was stolen. Not exactly clear if this blood right here from the SL9 case or from being used in Goodman's murder. Could be either. It's like Goodman supposedly died in the prosecutor's office parking lot, but we don't know yet. Like, we've seen a picture of Goodman in the car's trunk in a parking lot with blood all over. But like, I'm not believing exactly the fact that a jug, like not a jug, but a barrel of water was used to clean up all of this at once. I'm thinking he was killed somewhere else, and the picture of the murder scene with blood comes from elsewhere. And then he was transferred via Miles Edgeworth's car without his knowing, probably to try and frame him. But supposedly Lana is trying to cover for him, considering he's already in quite hot waters, apparently, due to the preceding case where he was involved and his method as a prosecutor. Okay, we can go. going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. I guess we're gonna try and find some new info with what we're gonna do, right? Considering it was adjourned after the second murder being linked was brought up, and also the fact that Goodman was supposedly the one murdered in both cases, weirdly enough. Victim Detective Bruce Goodman was stabbed to death after 5 PM on the 21st. This isn't so right. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot in the police department's evidence room. Yeah, I wonder why Phoenix said this, because this clearly states he could have died much earlier. Prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. What was we trying to find? Yeah, I mean, I have my idea of why all this happened technically at two places at the same time. I'm more curious about like what they found in the police station to like say that Goodman died there at 5:15. Also, to me, the chief of police that we met at the end of the last stream seems very keen on seeing Miles in trouble, so we'll see. Like, because instead of using Gumshoe to send him files, well, like, while Gumshoe has his issues, he is quite thorough when it concerns Miles, and instead they like pushed him aside and sent Mickens to send Miles papers. And Mickens very clearly like threw misinformation in there, or at least didn't say relevant information for Miles to acquire the file. She's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Look, we're in this together. I'll prove that this sick rimmed glasses of mine just for show. I love her glasses design. A great one. Ooh, it's time for science. I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. Huh, there wasn't even a body found there. I mean, sure, but there might be some info there. Our victim was killed in the evidence room. No biggie. This smug look, love it. I love how, like, what she thinks her sister can do isn't so much murder. I mean, probably she doesn't think she could do murder, but like the thing that shocks her right now is her sister erasing evidence at the scene of the crime. There was blood on the floor or not. The water in that oil drum washed it all away. I mean... Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Ooh, could this be to find traces of blood? Well, this sticky stuff, you know, you can just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. I mean, really, it's so sticky that with just a barrel of water, You couldn't really erase like visible traces of it anyway. Aha, so we need these glasses to do luminol testing. To test for blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Okay. Ah, so we've got traces here, but not so much blood, really. Yeah, she's gonna have to strengthen herself against blood if she wants to do scientific investigation. All in all, it's not so much blood, considering this case is supposed to be a death by blood loss. And something strike you as odd. The amount of blood. Yeah, and like even more so than them fighting together, the death was by blood loss, so that's quite a lot of blood in one person. How much is it? Let me remember. I know when I give blood, like half a liter, and I think we should have at least 4 or 5 times that, right? Let me check. Blood volume adults, let's see. About 5 liters. Okay, even more than I expected. Even a bit more than expected. Yeah, like 5 liters of blood is quite a lot, really. Especially considering how dense and sticky it is. Like, you'd definitely see a lot more of it. Look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. We're gonna have to do a lot more luminol testing, I see. Luminol testing fluid received from one very proud looking Emma Sky. Love the little detail on that. Don't be sure that the police will reveal all the evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Fail to mention, I see. A very diplomatic way of putting it. I wonder how that fluid of yours will react to a nice deli box. You only trust your own eyes, hmm? Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Day-old... I mean, it's probably still great. Like, day-old isn't so bad. I would expect the rice to be a bit dry, though. Kind of leading just doesn't really get my mouth watering. I mean, really, it should still be good. I know in Japan they are very picky about having stuff super fresh. Like here, many people do grocery shopping in advance, but there you kind of go buy stuff at a konbini kind of at the last time and don't keep anything for too long, from what I've heard. Aside from like some leftovers, especially stuff like curry. Other than that, you don't really keep much of anything too long. And rice, of course. Hey, new today's trial. It's certainly put me in a tight spot today. Let me start, but no, it's okay, it was my fault. Witnessed everything from that security room right there. I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see? Wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Could it be all there is to it? Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the event from was different, I still saw what I saw. I wonder, like, could she actually be truthful here? But she, like, maybe didn't properly see or see something looking like Lana stabbing Goodman? I don't know, I wonder actually. Like, the fact that she mentions her honor as a detective seems to be something she values quite a lot. So while I don't expect her testimony to be truthful, maybe it's not on purpose actually. Maybe she actually did kind of see Lana stabbing Goodman or something resembling it. Which photograph did you mean? This one? We are missing a photograph here. So you were a detective, weren't you, Mr.? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. It's not so long ago. But how hardened the criminal when they faced me. They coughed it up. Confessed. They babble like babies. You know. May seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. Don't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouth of suspect after suspect. And before long they called me Cough Up Queen. And here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. Yeah, she seemed to be a bit sour about having been let go. I mean, maybe a treason, like, at times prosecutors have done pretty bad stuff, really. So she might have been unjustly let go. As we go back to the SL9 incident, I see. That SL9. Not sure we have anything interesting to present to her, really. Maybe I can ask her if she has seen this knife. No, you can't present her. Okay, no, I need to change the menu. Keep forgetting because, like, in court, you can always present stuff, really, pretty much. So I always forget I have to go back to another menu to present stuff to people outside trials. SL9 incident is written on that knife, and on that note. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transfer the very day that Goodman was killed. I suspected SL9 isn't over, not yet. So I did. Ah, come on, please, tell us more. Okay, if I show you that, what will you say? So she won't tell us anything more about the SL9 incident, even though we showed that just right then? I think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident. Doesn't seem to care, really. To tell us more. Okay, I've already seen this. Let's see. Can we spray a bit? Spray and pray? Uh-huh. Now that's interesting. Blood must be from when... Yeah, okay. No, but like she... Hello, Rubu. Hope you're good today. Yeah, we are on the final case today. Seems to be a pretty long one. For all of the other cases, I've managed to like do them in one stream. But like, I feel like I'm just at the middle part pretty much when I already spent a whole stream on this one. Yeah, and also like difficulty wise goes like it's much harder compared to every other trial in this game for now. Like definitely makes me remember how much I struggled when I played Apollo Justice as a teen. I never finished it back then. So yeah, I feel like I have to do many more, like not exactly logical leaps, but pay more attention to detail and try and get more into the mindset of what the game wants from me. Yeah, this would be murder. Bloodstains from when she tried to call just after being... just after hurting her hand. Yeah, I did remember her from Apollo Justice indeed. And I guess we see her in like other games from the Phoenix Wright series. I think she's on the cover art of the second or third game, maybe? But yeah, I did remember her. I quite liked her character back then, but I forgot pretty much like all of Apollo Justice, so I will be going in pretty much fresh, aside from knowing a couple of stuff, including knowing that Emma Sky is there, of course. Like here, he doesn't seem to, like, they didn't seem to mention that it was maybe just only her blood due to fighting instead of being in any sort incriminating. Instantly they tried to tell it was probably an incriminating thing, but actually not really. Oh yeah, this girl. She isn't very cooperative, but I'm thinking that maybe she isn't lying. Because she did mention earlier that she swore she saw Lana stab Goodman, and she swore on her detective's honor, which I feel she wouldn't really joke about, or at least lie about instead of joking, I mean. So I think she did see something, but maybe she had a wrong idea. Oh, indeed, we do get some nice presents in this case. Yeah, Lana is real pretty too. So do we have anything more to ask her, by the way, now that you mentioned Lana? Not for now. How did you kill him in 2 places at the same time? I have my idea on that, and of course my idea that it is not her, of course, but it's interesting to me that we, like, due to the fact that the game pretty much only works on contradictions, we haven't had any occasions to mention that the murder could have happened an hour earlier compared to when they found the guy. Initially, due to blood loss and all, because it never exactly contradicted anything anyone said. But I've had that on the back of my mind for a while. This again says that arrest a suspect in the police department murder. Yeah, that's something I've been wondering about too. Like, they mention a case that seemingly is a bit separate in the police department and a separate suspect, but they shouldn't have any sort of a body to find at 5:15, considering we found it in the prosecutor's office parking lot. I wonder what all of this is about. I'm wondering if we're gonna be able to check the evidence room already. First things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. You sound dead set on investigating. I mean, we have to. We have to find some more info. It could be slightly incriminating at times, but without it, we can't really find contradictions. Good Bruce Goodman. Oh really? I wonder why actually. So far he didn't seem too meme worthy to me, other than having a pretty silly name, I guess, but it's a bit like everyone has silly names in this game. So anyway, we can go to the evidence room, maybe not. Let's see. Let's check at the entrance. Maybe Gumshoe is gonna be able to help us a bit. These are running around so fast they're blurring. When Bushnell played this, kept saying, but what if Bruce's victim is the killer? I mean, we could have a case where someone is thought to be the victim, but actually it's a suicide. And then this whole backstory of how he's the biggest con man and probably still alive. Oh my god, Goodman having done everything in every game. Now that would be something. Imagine if somehow Goodman also came to the great Ace Attorney series via a time machine or something. The conspiracy keeps getting bigger and bigger. Okay, evidence room, yeah. And this is where I wanted to go, but apparently I couldn't from upstairs. It's a pamphlet we got from Dex. Here it is. It's always interesting to me how, like, you can't always move to some places from others, even though they seem pretty close enough. Like, we've come to Criminal Affairs Department, but we couldn't go to Guard Station back then. Sometimes you have to do stuff in a very specific order, but I guess it's fine. The game has, like, doesn't have so many spots to check out that it's too much of an issue. Also, now that I have this, I'm gonna spray pretty much everything with it. I'm guessing pretty much everyone reacts the same way with the luminol. Yeah, and sometimes you have to go to very specific places for people to be where you need them to be and all. But like, I think this trial was the one in which like the first one in which I actually had a game over at some time, due to having to like find out exactly what they want me to contradict and how. Also, I did have one, maybe I wouldn't have had a game over if only I didn't mix up two evidences too. Like, I remember showing this instead of this picture, because I'm used to pictures being this sprite instead of another one. So I just picked that and showed that to try and contradict something and messed up. Okay, so now we seem to be in the cowboy's room. He seems to be pretty much drunk all the time, considering how many bottles we see over here. According to the pamphlet, this is guard station for the evidence room. Beyond the door is the evidence room. This seems to be a trap. What I want to know is if this is a guard station, where's the guard? Yeah, I think we know who the guard is. Examine. That's what I wanted to check. The saloon door, I can't. The swinging door makes this place look like some kind of saloon. It's nailed shut. Like it's set up to trap something. Maybe anyone coming to the evidence room? Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed. Sometimes Emma makes them like the biggest logical leaps in the game, I feel. Even compared to the one we have to make to try and solve these trials. A security guard uniform. This doesn't look like a security guard uniform to me. It looks more like a costume than a uniform. Yeah, indeed. The jacket, leather pants. What's that called again? Ah, a poncho? A pucci. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. I love how Phoenix just lets people be confused at times, just for shits and giggles, I feel. Oh, do we get laws from examining the cactus? Okay. Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. Come on, Phoenix, make an effort here. Try and read between the lines. More an attitude thing than a physical similarity. Of course. There's a video feed from the evidence room here. So, supposedly they should have recordings, right? The evidence room is beyond that door. We probably can't just walk in. We'll probably need a card to open. Indeed. Does it be open? I think we'd need someone's permission to go in there first. Okay, but to whom can we ask? Gumshoe, mayhaps? No, nobody's here. Okay. Maybe I just missed something. Let's see. Don't feel like I missed anything, but... hey, you know what? Let's check with some luminol a bit. Could the cacti be the murder weapon, actually? Okay, apparently not. I guess let's move, but we have to find someone to help us here. No one here, no one here. Let's check, maybe detention center, we're gonna find... No, nothing moved here. Let's see... Wouldn't expect anything from going to Right and Color offices, but you never know. Oh, okay, we can ask her for these now. No, okay, we don't get any other place to move from here. Let's see. Can we not check the computer? No, apparently not. Oops, not autoplay. I wanted to check a bit more with Luminol to see if I find some blood on the floor. Oh yeah, there is some amount of a collision here, so sometimes when you click you don't go to the right spot. Yeah, no, nothing over here, so what do we do now? I guess I'm gonna maybe ask Emma, maybe she has an idea. Do I feel like it? Let's see. Actually, maybe I need to talk more with, what's she called again? Miss Star. No, okay, she won't tell us anything about SL9 despite presenting the Goodman note and the Switchblade. Maybe if we mention the luminol testing fluid, we can talk about the blood stain we've seen. No, okay, she doesn't care. Did I miss any blood in here? Wouldn't expect so, but you never know. Okay, I guess let's ask Emma if she's got any idea what we can do. We should begin with that thing. The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man be killed in two places simultaneously? True, we haven't gone to see Edgeworth, right? See, this is another thing about not being able to move everywhere from anywhere. At one point I had Miles' office highlighted and thought I should take a look at some points, but then I forgot because everywhere I went I couldn't go to his office. The business with him not reading that officer's report. Yeah, so I should go check on him. Kind of interesting how the chief of police quickly swapped from looking like a very funny guy and like helpful person to someone that probably wants to see Miles fall at any cost. He is much more devious than I expected at first. Okay, so if we go from here, we should be able to, yeah, to Higher Prosecutor's office. I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, indeed. I mean, probably at some point, Edgeworth is gonna throw this away. Considering how little he seems to enjoy having won it. Okay, but here we can still use some luminol. Hopefully nothing on this. Okay, good. On that. Let's pray. No? Nothing on here? Okay. We are a bit desperate right now. Let's see. Can I... Like, if I check it, can I spray luminol to check it if there is any trace of blood on here? Certainly it's gonna matter that this is broken, but why, how, and when, I don't know yet. I wouldn't expect it to be anything like the murder weapon, considering the autopsy report. Okay, I guess let's stay here. Let's maybe move back to police department, considering we actually really want to get inside this evidence room. Nothing new at the detention center? No, okay. Here. Okay, so how do we get you to tell us anything useful about SL9? So I've already shown her this. I mean, let's try it again, I guess. Because like this, like when we present her something about SL9, Phoenix kind of ends it on a, can you tell us more? But then it doesn't give anything new. I don't know what's going on here. So I was thinking if Lana moved away this barrel to supposedly wash away stuff, we'd probably see some of her blood on here. But there is no blood, so it's probably not her that did it. Nothing on the step ladder. Either, okay. Can we maybe move to the security room to at least see what she saw? That's where Miss Stars was the incident from. You can probably see quite a lot from it there. Yeah, now I'm more and more thinking she isn't lying about having seen Lana stab Goodman. But yeah, there is something that doesn't fit here. Like, maybe it wasn't Goodman, maybe it wasn't actually her stabbing him or something, I don't know. But it did seem that way from upstairs. So can we move to the security room? Who do we need to find? Why is like no one here when we need them? We are left all alone right now. But we would need someone to be here to at least try and find an access in there. But we don't get a gumshoe, we don't get a sheriff. Marshall was his name, right? Something like that. Let me see profiles. Yeah, Jake Marshall. We don't get anyone to help us here. Can't even talk to the chief of police from Criminal Affairs Department to examine this guy. Oh no, he told everything. Let's pray him. Come on, tell us something, help us, help us. Throw us inside the evidence room. Hmm. What am I missing now? Yeah, this is her little tune when we talk about something that doesn't interest her. Think about it, I could have taken a picture from the guard room. Even I get rusted sometimes. Went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed toward the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. Holding my testimony as it were. Yeah, her lying definitely didn't help at all. Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before. I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. Ah, so that time. Let's talk about that time, maybe? Ah, okay, so I just needed that to move on. Definitely didn't think I would have anything else to say about this photo. But incidentally opened up my eyes to truths. We're nothing to them, disposable. 2 years ago, it was a big case I've ever handled. Oh, Marshall is here too. Police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Yeah, death penalty is still a thing in Japan. The criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, never did find decisive evidence, not a shred. So they executed the guy without any decisive evidence? Ooh, on the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. The best part came several months after the trial. The detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. Myself and one other person you know well. Goodman? Ah, Jake Marshall. Okay, yeah, he did become a patrolman indeed. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to this case, a hidden side, that's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Ah, so still doing some kind of undercover detective job? Kind of? Unofficial more than undercover, I guess? Those lunches you sell. There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. Come here to meet old friends. Boyfriend that can help me investigate. How many does she have anyway? So far we've counted like 7 or 8 of them. Like she's got 3 in scientific investigation, the guard man. There's one of the guys in another service. So yeah, at least 5 I think we've got so far. And the judge could have a place as the other boyfriend, if I remember correctly. So there are at least 6 spots available. Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. And just when it was supposed to be transferred, I'm guessing when evidence gets transferred in such a way, it's kind of like a sign of a case that's not gonna move on, really. So, Rookie, seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Ooh, we get a fancy meal now? Salisbury steak lunch. I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Yeah, I was thinking Marshall would be one to like steak. Long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. Yeah, he does seem to have had a bit of a change. He doesn't seem like outright bad, but like at least he seems to be a bit jaded. Wouldn't be the word I would say either. But yeah, he looks like someone that is sour about something at least. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. Okay, now we can move to the guard's office, for real. No, Gumshoe, this tech lunch isn't for you. Now it's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, why would you have to show Gumshoe the steak meal only to not give it to him? Now is no time for despair. We've caught our criminal, now we just need evidence. You heard about the stabbing in the police department of the evidence room, right, pal? Indeed we have, but we don't know who the suspect is. I wonder if it could be Meekins, considering he's got a hand bandaged. Like, I wonder if he's the suspect or the perpetrator. Somehow I happen to say this without reading this. I don't know why perpetrator was the first term that came to me. The biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. Listen, pal, all I know is I need to me a steak lunch pronto. Going around here talking isn't going to fill my belly. Well, at least he didn't try to steal it from us. Want to know more? Head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Okay, but can we move to guard station to move on to the evidence room, or do we have to first go to detention center? I would like to go to guard station first. Okay, seems like we have to go to detention first, as we've been instructed to. No, whoops. Okay, detention center. I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, but they seem to be considering it as 2 murders and 2 suspects. So what's going on here? Oof. Oh yeah, it's Meekins. Meekins had like how is it called? Check. Porte-voix. Ah, megaphone, yeah. Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? They say I was a perpetrator again, sir. That's what they say. Ah, yeah, Meekins. Maybe Meekins is like just someone that's being thrown under the bus. Seems to be great at this kind of role. Hi, greetings, sir. The lost patrolman, I'm like a little lost lamb, sir. No, sir, how should I say this? I mean, he's on the other side of the glass. Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir? He's already calling himself a perpetrator now. I mean, considering he had a bandaged hand, I had a feeling he'd be involved in this. I love the picture being also him saluting every time. Ooh, I'm not gonna be able to handle this for too long. Patrolman with general face, sir, sir. Had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. Our station in front of the room was empty, sir. Normally there's a guard at the evidence room. Right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Our security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. I love this sprite. This one is very good. A suspicious person in the evidence room. Suspicious person, sir. Oof. Seems like he hurt himself. What happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red, I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. He's been out for a while. Does he have some kind of a blood phobia? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, I mean, he already had this bandage when he came to check on us and Miles. I mean, more so Miles than us, but yeah. We happened to be here. So, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. Next thing I knew, I was unconscious. So was Goodman still alive, and is he the one that pointed a knife at him? Potentially the SL9 knife? Because he knew you were... Then when I opened my eyes... I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. He's gonna hurt his hand. Alone because Goodman had disappeared. Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock of the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? Wait, does he mean the body disappeared, or was Detective Goodman still alive and disappeared? I'm thinking more so the latter, but Phoenix seems to assume the body only. So, I love how, like, now Phoenix is real fast to, like, saying Meekins is the perpetrator when he usually doubts anyone he talks to being the perpetrator. Kid Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. I work in a tiny department, devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. What could he mean by no intention of killing him? So he did stab him? Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. Yeah, Mikins is probably the most confused person in this whole case. So let's show him the SL9 knife. That's it, sir. Last night, sir. Not the one. It was an apple, sir. In my dreams, sir, and I was being peeled. Okay, would he react the same to Edgeworth's knife? Okay, he would say Miles' knife is the one too. So no way to know if he saw Miles' knife or the SL9 knife. I mean, the SL9 knife would be the most probable of the two, considering it was being taken from the evidence room at the time, probably by said suspicious character he mentioned earlier. Anything else he'd know? Really? You here? Can we spray him? Probably not. Okay. I was wondering. Probably next best thing would be to go to the evidence room if we can. Not yet apparently, so I need to show him something. If I examine, yeah, he didn't show up anymore. What could I present him? Guess I can present him Goodman's ID, but he did say he didn't know him. That's it, sir. That's it. My head was blank until this very moment, but sir, now I remember, sir. Correct, that card was the cause of it all. Oh. Exactly, sir, that's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir, nothing. Interesting, I didn't expect to get such a reaction from Goodman's ID. This is when I realized that presenting a lot of stuff is actually quite useful. We didn't, like, we had to do it at times in the main game, like cases 1 to 4, but not so often, and never in such a bit of a logical leapy way, in my opinion. I mean, it's not exactly a logical leap, but rather a blind guess, more so than anything. So let's see, crime details. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. He seems so eager. He reminds me of the Legend of Zelda postman, and maybe a bit the one in Okami too. You didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Okay, yeah, sounds fair. That's right, sir, that's what I've been trying to tell you. What did he do? That's the thing, suddenly he pointed a knife at me. I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Do unto the others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. I'm not sure that that would be the official saying. What happened then? My eyes, everything went white. When I woke, I was here. Right. Why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean? Let's look at what we know. Yeah, there would be nobody in this evidence room. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. As a word, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. Right. Yeah, he didn't show it, he only pointed the knife. And his body just disappeared from the evidence room. We don't even know if anyone actually died. That is, I did say something along those lines. Still ended up here. Yeah, I feel like Miles and Meekins are being used as fuses to remove some people from the precinct and the prosecutor's seat. Only that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. What they said. The videotape is quite clear. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out, it's there, it's me, it's on tape. Huh? But how? Okay, well let's move now. We can finally go to evidence room, probably, hopefully. But who's standing at the chief of detective's desk? Ah, so now we get to see Police Chief Gaunt. And you're sure this is all, You know, I didn't mean if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. Checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats. And his seat cushion behind his computer monitor inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? He has this sympathetic mask, but behind it all, he's a very intimidating and devious person, I see. Alright, so my boy, how ya been? Swim much? Ooh, this is a bit of a villainous theme if I ever had one. Is Edward going to be okay? Or worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. Doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Von Karma, the preceding top prosecutor. A legend he was, and defeated in his 40-year career. In court you fixed it, so he was caught for forging evidence. In any case, prosecutor's office is in a bit of a turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. Downright odd, I tell you. Detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean? Yeah, scientifically speaking, it's Quite impossible indeed. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time, that's what it says. No, righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive. I can't talk about it. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. He's been doing nothing but having secrets for us since, like, the very first time we've seen him. So I hardly believe that. You know, a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. You saw that? Whoops. Anything that we should present him? Okay, we can't seem to sit still out there, the busy one. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. Either him or the dancing blue badger. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. Nothing left of him except that, but what could this be? Didn't even finish writing it. It's a last item report, but it's only half complete. We kind of want that, I feel. Did Goodman list something? Date on this February 21. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. So Gaunt? We should probably check it too. 5'9". Did he mess up his own ID? It's 5'8". Yeah, 5'8". So okay, he did mess it up partway through. First item on 221. Oh. So let's present this to Gaunt. Maybe he's gonna have something to say. Okay, I'm through with that stuff. It's true, I say. Okay, let's go to the entrance. And to the guard station. Okay, where could Gumshoe be now? Or do I have to show something else to Gaunt? Can only be submitted to the chief of police, but Gaunt doesn't seem to be highly interested in it. He is the chief of police, right? District chief of police, yeah. I can't show him that yet, apparently. Ah, permission to enter, okay. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Raito asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Seems like a no. Now, Raito. Raito, please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'll give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content, knock yourself out. Okay. And for you here, you can borrow this. Special cards for guests, so don't lose it. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. He's way too excited to go into the crime scene right now. But sure, let's go. Card reader is turned off, okay. Howdy, partners. Well, what's made my Bambina sky so grey? But that, why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this is my saloon. Yeehaw, the card you got there on your chest? That's better than the sheriff's badge in these parts. Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little boys. The crime scene is awaiting. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you, hombres. I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Would you be more cooperative if we give you a little steak lunch? Which must be quite cold by now, but hey. That smell reminds me of Texas. I just saw a special on television the other day. This? A filet steak lunch. I see. Alright, Bambina, you win. Okay, so let's see, what can we talk about? Marshal, you're in the charge of security for the evidence room, right? Got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Mickey at the detention center told us. Ah, that poor little doggy? Poor guy, keep getting his name wrong and calling him Mickley. Said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago... Well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know. Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. There's no need for people here, anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. Don't take two machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Know what maybe two of the machines in here do? You said, Bambina, me on machines, well... like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steak. Seems like he isn't very keen about vegetables in his diet. Easiest one to understand here are these here security cameras. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon. One more thing. You're going to the evidence room, you need an ID card. Everyone leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. Ah, now that's interesting. At 514 we've got Goodman, I think. This should be the one. Sorry, Bambina, I can show you more than that. I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Of course we can prove that, and we're gonna do right after we're done asking questions. Said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. always my dreams we were a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. We're gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. That was my case. It was solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. Don't let it go, that's all there is to it. Heard the name so many times that no one tells us what actually happened. There are something you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. Evidence transferals. Yeah, did seem like the time where a case would be like sent to die, or at least be archived forever. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. You can reinvestigate them if it turned out there was a mistake, see? What happens to evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the Contritiaries department. That's what's called transferal. We do it every February. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after the case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. I mean, didn't we go into this very same evidence room? Oh right, but yeah, it's here before transferal. Right. So opened and unsolved cases go here in this evidence room for 15 years, I think. And solved evidence remains for 2 years. Yeah, we did want to show him Goodman's ID for the number. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. Number on this is... Yeah. Present ID card record again. 5842189. Look, the fourth number, it's a perfect match. This is at 514, right before the stabbing. What's more than only one of them card in the world? Right, but the card was on Lana Sky at 5:15. Or not exactly at 5:15, but like, say 5:20, accounting for the 5-minute times to move. So it can't have been at both places at the same time. When the incident occurred, that Goodman was in evidence room. Yeah, so did Goodman... So what I'm wondering right now is either Goodman didn't have his ID on him, and then how did he come in? Like, we did see his ID number at 5:14. Or was the time on the computer that registers cards and tapes have its time shifted? Probably by 1 hour. Alright, compadre, you win. Guess I can give you this ID card record. Yeah, we should try and check what... I mean, to whom these other IDs are. I'm thinking maybe one of them has to be the visitor ID. I would guess this one, considering it's a very specific number. Okay, I think we've seen everything there is here, so let's go to the evidence room. Okay, so it's not the same evidence room we were into back in case 4. Apparently. From like the picture we've seen of Meekins and Goodman, I was thinking it would be the same evidence room we went into for case number 4. We're not supposed to have... Yeah, it does feel like a morgue, I was about to say, with all of these cases. Kind of looks like the thing you open and then you get the body out, you know. Oh, Gumshoe! Did she hit him? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. Is it true what I heard? So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50? Even me? Gumshoe really needs a raise. Come on. He keeps hearing the salary cutting noises much too often. Bro needs a bit of added moolah. Who's in charge of the investigation for today? So yesterday you were pushed aside, but now you're in charge? Guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're a boss for the day. First of all, you'll want to have this. The floor plan, okay. I kind of want to present him the list before I forget. Take a look at this. This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. That second number, it's not your ID number, is it Detective Gumshoe? Edgeworth. Ooh, second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. Interesting. I'm expecting one of those to be Gaunt, either using his own card or using the visitor card, considering he had one. So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day. That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. If you're boss, why are you all alone? Why are your underlings? They're using yesterday's finding to prepare for tomorrow's trial. So he's being pushed aside again, but in another way now. I'm adamant though, I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You give me a locker that only I can open. So... Oh, I can see his fishing rod over here. Okay, so I was wondering, yeah, evidence locker appeared to be individually locked. Always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. Inquiry committee is trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. Guess this is what you call fate. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. SL9 I'm guessing too? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Could this be, like, the SL9 incident be the time when he stopped being under Lana's sky and ended up being taught by Von Karma? Or did he get adopted, I guess would be a way to say that, by Von Karma much earlier, considering he lost his parents quite early. I don't think Miles ever talks about his mother. I don't remember, we only know his father died when he was 9 years old. So I don't think we hear about his mother, at least not so far. This is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using the ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID card can be lost. Why on my third card since entering the force already? Maybe he should try to pay more attention to his cards. Even I can't lose my own right hand. Huh. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. Ironically enough, fingerprints are not so... like... secure. You can kind of fake them, or even like if you've got the person here like either dead or unconscious or something, you can quite easily access all of that then. There's a trick to the handles. The handles, on the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, you get shocked, really? That's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. Huh. So could this be why Mikins or Lana has a bandaged hand? I mean, Lana did seem to have a bandaged hand due to an injury, due to blood loss, considering she also splattered some blood on the telephone from the parking lots. But maybe Mikins only burned his hand from getting zapped. In case the locks aren't that obvious, there are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Okay, interesting. So Mikins shouldn't know about the lockers being in a very different part of the force. Okay, anything else we should show him? Oh yeah, maybe he knows about this. Okay. I mean, I did think we can only show this to Chief of Police, but considering he did tell us to go see Gumshoe, I was wondering if it would be useful to show this to him. Okay, so I guess we should probably spray and pray with some luminol. We got quite a lot of blood here. And here. Nothing on any of the lockers. Okay. You didn't have to zoom so much that we would see every pixel. No, this is someone's right handprint. Oh, come on, no Gumshoe. When you come to take... Promise you 35 that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? Depending on you guys, believe me, you can't trust the police. Come on, Gumshoe, don't say that. Not you of all people. So here we got a whole lot more blood compared to in the parking lot where Lana got hurt. I'm wondering, did she get like attacked by whoever was in the trunk? Maybe with Goodman's body rather, but yeah. In one massive pool of blood. Pale blue blood. Come on, Gumshoe. Make an effort, please. There's something really happening in front of this locker. I mean, we did want your opinion, but like telling us that a good man is some kind of alien doesn't seem like that useful of an opinion, really. In the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. What do you mean, Gumshoe? What are you blabbing about? Ah, blue and yellow paint to make the blue badger. Oh, come on, don't use the evidence room as an art studio. Yeah, someone tried to wipe it off. That was a bloodstain. Yeah, we already did that. Fine. Also, I've broken something big to make all these pieces. There is blood on it too. Could this be how Mikins or Lana hurt their hands? I don't know. Currently from DK, okay, so SL9. I mean, let's take a closer look, might as well. Spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. Should we really try to glue up some pieces of evidence from a case without permission? Okay, this should be up top, probably, or on the side. How combine? Right? Okay. Yeah, I see how this works. Okay, no, I would like to rotate this to take a better look, but apparently I can't. Okay. Should this combine? I don't think so. Need to check more by rotating, I feel. This could go here, maybe? No. Would this work? No. This isn't the right angle, right? Would this one work? I don't think so. I don't see this indent. I would think it would be this one, right? Ah, okay. It didn't seem big enough to be this whole section when I looked at it from here. Okay, the pieces are much bigger than I expected. This does not have the right indent. Yeah, this should fit, right? Okay. And now it should be this one, right? No, not this one, this one. Okay, we are getting there. That? Yeah, like it. Okay, good. didn't expect to like find so many of the mechanics from the DS games in here. Like, I say from the DS games, but I mean mostly from Apollo Justice. Like, they did try to adapt a lot of like to add a lot of new mechanics to the DS version of the game. Do we have any other pieces? No? What am I missing then? Here? Here. Okay. Yeah. I keep thinking these pieces are much smaller than they actually are. Ah, so we are missing a whole bunch of pieces here. I think we did, but some of the pieces are missing. And then you just spend 3 hours trying to find the missing pieces? I bet they were missing to begin with, yeah. It's what I'm thinking too, but they could be important clues for SL9. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. Could it not be a jar? Could it be like on the wrong side? Maybe? Yeah, it seems like this could be broken by just someone passing by. Ah, so this is also a piece of evidence from SL9. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. I mean, you don't need us to make yourself look like an absent-minded detective. Okay, extremely thin rubber glove. Doesn't look like the gloves that Lana had on that picture we got. Look, this one's open and the red indicator light above the door is lit. Okay, so this is Detective Goodman's. Okay. Continue, I have taken the contents elsewhere. Seems weird that there is a glove only just lying here. I would have, like, if it were useful to the case, I would have expected it to be down there. They kind of just offhandedly left it here. Okay, so anything we can check? We have so many evidence, man. How are we gonna handle all of this? Got blood here and here. Okay, I don't know what it's useful for to check this. But sure, okay. This be the wrong side? Like, could it try? And then what would it do? I don't know. Got a broken handle here. And then what did you want us to check? Yeah, there is no clear bottom here to this jar. It's open on both ends. The purpose of a bottomless jar. Yeah, not sure what this could be used for. Like, what its purpose is, I mean. Hard to make out, but there are some dark red stains. Hard to make out, what do you mean? You can see red stains everywhere. Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed. Yeah, like the fact that we have to deal with so many evidence from SL9 that quite probably already had blood on it doesn't help really make any decisive conclusions on it. Like, for example, on this one, The blood looks old enough to be from back then, but we don't know actually. And this stain, we don't know either. It's probably from when it was hidden in the car, I would say, but not sure. Okay, anything? No. What should we present? Rubber glove already did. I mean, I don't think he's gonna have anything important to say about the glove, but let's see. Okay. About the locker. Open the locker. You should put on film. At the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Anything to say about the blood? Okay. Guess he didn't have anything to say about. But we should go see Mars about his ID card being on here. Maybe Gaunt would have stuff to say about the ID cards too. I think we are done with Gumshoe for now, I would say. Lots of bulky equipment is going this. Oh, I haven't checked here. What a sorry looking fishing pole. Hey, come on, it's secret weapon number 2 from case 4, right? Ah, that's my personal pole. We did get around to using it. And this too. Wait, pal, that metal detector. One that led to the solving of that case out on Gold Lake, remember? Ah, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. And I don't think I've seen this one before. Yeah, we haven't had any chance to use this secret weapon now. The Bug Sweeper. Okay, I feel like this is some foreshadowing to Phoenix Wright 2 or 3 probably. But considering I haven't played the OG ones, I wouldn't know about it, but I don't think it's gonna be useful in this case. Probably in another one. Yeah, did they have to bring the car door with a suspect or something? The guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away? Okay, what could this be now? Like a shirt, I guess it must be evidence for some case. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. Not responsible for the evidence here. That said, that evidence locker was opened recently. Leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. Guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? What do you mean, silly evidence? But he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. I'd try to call that behind their back then. So she didn't get shocked, right? From trying to open it, I feel. Okay, I do remember from a preceding shot that one of these cases was opened. Apparently it's not opened anymore. Like, I think it was Gumshoes that was opened. Back in another sprite. Can't really check. Yeah, I think we are pretty much done here. Let's show him the jar, even though he probably doesn't have anything new to say. Okay, does he have any idea about other ID cards? Fairies back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence, but the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. I'm thinking he probably doesn't have anything to say about this. Ah, but that and this are two different things entirely. Need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Know anything about evidence loggers? Probably won't know about this or this. Can we check on the computer, please? 8 camera in the evidence room in all. 1 for each section. Yeah, it seems like he won't let us take a look or know which monitor checked on the Goodman section, even though we should probably be able to see right now, considering it's a crime scene. Like, we should see it being different. Those aren't pens, those are chaps, and that's a pawn show up there. Looks cool, but the name is a little silly. Okay, yeah, we don't have anything else here. I think, at least not for now. Not without any proof to show him. Nothing else to mention? No, okay. I think we should probably go see Miles. Or maybe check on Gaunt before. He's still here? No. The chief of police haven't. Oh, okay. I was wondering if he would know about the ID card. The ID number, I mean. We can't even check our own ID number. Can we present him this? So he can tell us his ID. So Mickens, could you take a look at this? Ah, he has no ID? Come on. Kind of man to pass the bug to Edgeworth. Well, I guess we... if I show her this, can she tell us the number from the visitor ID we've got? No, okay. She shouldn't have an ID, but she's got one thanks to her, one of her boyfriends knows. The T is nothing important. Does she know anything about this jar? No, okay. We are probably done with her for now, at least. Yeah, it's probably Gumshoe doing all of the cleaning here and tidying up a bit at times. So where do we go and check on Edgeworth? Represent the gloves, maybe? No, okay. Either I missed something with Gumshoe, or I need to move someplace specific. I feel I've gone everywhere. Much. Let's see. We've shown this, this, and this, I think. I think we've shown everything. Did I miss anything I examined? Seemed like I did. This is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say. Art is always misunderstood, pal. He was dancing proudly on the day of the award ceremony, but there were a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony. They took the blue badger away for a while. It was shameful or something like that. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the most... like the prettiest thing to show for an award ceremony. But hey, like considering Gumshoe made it, I would have expected it to look more scuffed than that. Okay, I'm gonna retry to present stuff, but I think I showed him everything we found in here. Done this so we know it's Miles, but we don't know where he is. Of the stabbing. Okay, I think we've shown this, so yeah, nothing. Yeah, we've shown him that. That's why we know Miles came in. Or at least we know someone using his card came in. Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna be any more cooperative. I would expect Marshall or Miss Star to give us any new info on SL9 due to this and this. Apparently not. It's not so far. What else? Don't think he cared about the ID card record. Oh yeah. Ah, yeah, okay, no, this was only to see the ID record. Wrong. My bad, I forgot. I forgot we used that already. Okay, nothing to talk about. Move, I guess. Okay, so Miles isn't in criminal affairs. When we presented this guy with this record, he didn't seem to care much. He let us go see Miles. Maybe he's gonna have something to say about the evidence locker, considering he hurt his hand. Might be from trying to open a locker, actually. Yeah, we're gonna need Edgeworth, but how? Where do we find him? I'm thinking, considering we've got a rubber glove out, and like maybe one missing, I don't know. I wonder. Maybe there is only one in the file, in the SL9 file. But I'm thinking maybe the rubber glove was used to isolate yourself from the electricity, probably. Yeah, for the word tag, it's confusing. You mean, do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag? What do you mean? Do you challenge me? Okay, nothing else here. Yeah, I'm thinking it was probably used to isolate from electricity. We did check all of that. You here? Nothing to talk about. Let's move, I guess. So she didn't care much about SL9 info too. Okay, what am I missing now? Any ideas? Yeah, we need to see Miles, but where the hell is he? Where to go? Where to go? We have to have missed something, but what? Just rope me a steer with his heel lasso. Bellowing moo pal moo. Ah yeah, Gumshoe. Can we not check our own ID card number? Apparently not, I think. So let's present this again to see if we get any new info about Miles or something. Yeah, okay. So now he sees Edgeworth on this. Second number belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. I vaguely recall at some point someone mentioning Edgeworth should be off of the inquiry committee. Trying to figure. Okay, he's still there. Okay, so supposedly he's still there. Nothing new to talk about. You don't need an ID card to get out. This seems fairly important, but not sure if it's gonna open any new possibility. Considering we didn't get any new info added to port record or anything. Can only move to the guard station, we cannot talk about anything else. I was wondering if maybe we could move forward to if there's anything here. Apparently not. Don't really see any mention to anyone. I would like to, not gonna lie, I would like to be able to talk to Lana to check with Luminol her jacket. Because my headcanon for now is that what we see here would be oil rather than blood, probably. Yeah. Got nothing new to mention too. We did try to present pretty much anything relating to the line. I think we've shown the ID card record, but oh, okay. I mean, again, like checking this oil drum, I mean, water drum, I guess, would be useful in a way, considering we have kind of to check if we can kick it down, especially if it's filled up with water, but it didn't really give any new info or anything. So I guess it doesn't matter too much for now. Wait, I made a goof. Yep. Okay, we are. So, what else are we missing now? Yeah, maybe Phoenix having a car license would help at some point, especially if he has to pay taxi every time I move around between the prosecutor and the police department. 30 minutes of taxi has to be pretty expensive. Seems like she isn't as athletic as Lana or Miss Star. I don't remember if I checked for blood on the fence. I think I did, but I'm not sure. I know. Interestingly enough, there is no blood on the car, supposedly. Not sure how much I would believe that, but... did we re-examine this? No. Yeah, no, okay. Phone is still broken, no new info there. Considering there is a faucet here, not faucet, yeah, just some water, you don't really need a whole water barrel to try and clean up blood here. You can just open it and then you're good. Why would you need to move a whole barrel? That already seems hard enough to move. empty. I'm not guessing he'd know anything about this, especially with this mention about only being able to submit this to the chief of police. But you know, I'm getting kind of desperate, I guess. What could we be missing right now? We've talked about just about everything here. Right now we need to go see Edgeworth, but we've been everywhere, I think. Talked about everything, we've presented quite a lot of stuff. Could he care about the parking stall? Yeah, I think we've presented this to him yesterday too. I mean, not yesterday, but during last stream. Maybe he knows anything about SL9? So Edgeworth's first big case. The time the world knew Edgeworth was meant to be feared. Why would the evidence from that case turn up now? Ah, okay. I did need to show him SL9 incident. I thought I showed him that yesterday, but yeah, like during the first day of the trial, we still didn't know it was SL9 related. It was turned the other way around, right? Bloody violent case. Serial killing, okay. The killer made a mistake and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. So they built the case around a mistake instead of decisive evidence, I guess, and to try and absolutely get him convicted, they forged evidence would be from where Edgeworth got his reputation. Supposed to be all cleaned up when they transferred the other day. It was the last job he ever did. With Goodman, that is. Ah, so what did he do after that? Because he's still named detective. So he wasn't demoted. But supposedly he hasn't had another case ever since. If Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident. Okay, maybe now we can move. I want to continue moving. No, not there yet. Anything new to talk about? No. Should I talk again to Gumshoe? Did I miss something? Or maybe I should go to detention center, but it should be Mickens there. And he didn't have anything truly important to say no more. Yeah, no, we didn't have anything else here. There's a blood from Goodman and Lana Sky. Yeah, no, this is the same thing. Of prosecutors, a word. Yeah, okay, we did mention that yesterday, I think, too. Yeah, they show quite a bit splatter of blood for the little blood we've seen while checking for blood near Edgeworth's car. But okay, sure. Guess we can check. Yeah, well, I guess I only go check on Mickens probably. Yeah. Okay, I not move everywhere. Can I not go here? Indeed. What am I missing now? Yeah, no, she doesn't care about this. I remember now. I really tried to get her to tell me the visitation number, ID number. Yeah. Would be important here. Didn't come back yet. So I guess I missed something with Gumshoe again. What is he doing? What is he saying now? He's the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. Ah, so he knew Miss Star from a long ago. But that doesn't seem to matter too much today, apparently. Maybe I should mention the cell phone to Emma to try and remember if she actually heard the word muffler. Let's see, let's go back to the office to mention the call. Okay, so phone right after the murder. But she hung up right away and it was bad connection. I couldn't hear anything. Yeah. It did say something about a muffler. Okay, I remember her saying I didn't hear anything, but maybe it changed, I guess. I'll talk more about the call. I don't think he knew anything about all of this. Yeah, he's passing on to Mr. to Edgeworth. Could the fact that this lost item report messed up his ID mean that it wasn't written by Bruce Goodman? 5-9. Do we have 5-9 in here? No, we have 4-9. Twice actually. 450 and 540. Could be the same person. Possibly. Yeah, we've already talked about Banesh and yeah, it's still checkmarked, so nothing changed on here. Because I'm wondering if this bondage hand would be due to the shock from one of the evidence room lockers. Would there be any kind of evidence that would get you to talk to us? I think we've tried just about everything that seemed important, at least. Yeah, right here I don't see what I'm missing, and the game doesn't give you many hints really when you're stuck. You kind of have to handle it yourself. So did we miss something to examine in there? I don't think so. I feel like I've like pretty much everywhere. I do think I also sprayed just about everywhere with luminol, but you never know. Cord. And we spray and pray. Ah, I did miss something. Okay. Another hand. Left hand this one's? No reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fell out the door. Oh yeah, Gumshoe gonna get his $50 from Gant and try to buy this. Ah, okay. That was what we were missing. Was there something you needed to be going to? Edgeways' inquiry committee should be letting out soon. Ah, finally. Going to go give them my report for the day. This doesn't look like a report. Ah, okay. Good. So lesson learned, I need to spray even more. I thought I was liberal enough with my luminol spreading to not miss too much stuff, but apparently not. What the bellboy doing here? A guest? My apologies. Are we met somewhere? Come on. Is it like his twin or something? Talk from District Prosecutor's Office inquiry. The Gumshoe was looking for you. Brought me the latest information, it seems. A new French restaurant is opening near here. I'm thinking this is also gonna be some tie-in to the next game. Okay, talk. How did it go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but communications error during the investigation. Seems better. Apparently there are some who believe that they concealed evidence. You were lucky this time, again. I've heard them say that so many times. I've seen that case 2 years ago. So we're gonna have to show him some SL9 evidence. I'm okay for the trial tomorrow. I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney, however, something happened. We gave control of the investigation over to the police department. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Gaunt. Ah. Considering Gaunt seems to want Edgeworth far away, I'm not reassured by this. We're probably gonna see even more concealed evidence than when we had Edgeworth to fight against. All along I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of, but still. Yeah. I mean, he did use some shady tactics before. Let's show the ID card record, I guess. You went into the evidence room that day, just before the incident occurred, no less. Ah. Was asked to go by Chief Gaunt. There's evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. Could this be from Mia Fey's death? Could this be this screwdriver? Due to the stabbings, I brought this back here. From past case, Edgeworth. This very much looks like the same screwdriver that was found in what was her name? Like that gal from case number 2 that tapped the Mia Fey office telephone. Can we check on that? AI 16. To me it has to be that case. Maybe not. Probably got a hold of some information already. What has to do with the case you were on, the SL9 incident. Some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. I mean, we also are the one that saved him. Come on, be more grateful a bit. We're gonna be telling you about this sooner or later. Okay, Truth, what don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Ah, so we can't talk about the 9 now. An incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Gons, Damon Gons. He was a top officer and it was my first time working with him. Why was the deputy chief of police on the investigation? Yeah, it seems like putting some pretty important people on some like hands-on work that they often wouldn't do. It's slightly more extreme method than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. The chief prosecutor wanted to know something about Emma, really? If you were still studying forensic science. Aha! We can do fingerprints now. It's technically treated for better adhesions. Still, we're gonna have to investigate a bunch of stuff with this now. We're gonna have to check back on the investigation room. Evidence room, I mean. It's probably gonna be useful to check on some of our evidence. Yes, can we check for prints from there? I think so. Investigation turned up handprint. Yeah, 2 even. Well, the sum seems to be the most clear one. Yeah, it reminds me of the little DS gimmicks, having to blow on stuff. Put the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Basics of fingerprinting. Things curl a bit of it everywhere. Yeah. Removal of that. Pretty good, right? No? Still need to add some. Ah, okay, we got it. Looks nothing like a fingerprint. Yeah, there is no fingerprint. So it was probably a glove, the hand. There seems to be another print here. Might as well spray it thick. Ah, we've got a print. So now do we look at the file? Look at the fingerprint data. Find out the person you think left these prints. Okay. Ah, probably Gumshoe. This should be his locker, right? Looks like it to me. Okay. Good, good. Now we're gonna have to check on the other bloody imprints. With nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Roll with the punches, Mr. Right. But there, right? Hello, hello, mate. Hope you're good today. This beautiful weather we've got. I have to warn you about something first. Area with the blood was wiped away. And he ended up finding it using chemical means. Any print on that area would have been wiped away too. Ah, so no prints here? Prints other than by the bloody hand? Don't see any prints other than one from the hand. Hello, hello, Dry. Hope you're good today. Should I just dust away? I don't. Maybe this print? This fingerprint? No? I'm doing okay, doing okay. Woke up terribly early today. So I ended up starting stream quite early for my usual time. But hey, had the time to make myself some nice coffee, to clean up the apartment a bit, and still start early. So I'm okay, starting to be hungry, so probably gonna eat late, but it's fine, I'm used to it. But okay, where do we dust to try and get a print? But yeah, all in all, doing fine, doing tired, but fine. Ah, yeah, right. Part of the hand that wasn't bloody. I can, I just don't know when I'll be done exactly. I would like to finish this case today, but I'm not sure how long it's gonna take. Let's be done for some Overwatch later. Okay, so who could this be now? Looks like Marshall, maybe? Yeah, Jake Marshall. Hello, hello, Spice Edge. Yeah, I was mentioning that earlier. Reminded me of when I played Apollo Justice back then. Having the little gimmick of finding prints and all. What would Officer Marshall be doing in there? But yeah, I hope you're good today, Spice Edge. Sorry. But yeah, I played this game way back then, but never actually finished those because they were too complicated for me back then. Thank you. Have fun too in the meantime, man, and Dre. I'll see you whenever I'm done. You can kill. Interesting. Nobody really mentioned Marshall being in there. So do we move on to trial now, or do we... I mean, I'm guessing if we have to be continued, we move on to trial, but... I was thinking we would have a bit more investigation to do. Trial former, trial latter. Okay, now that we are at the trial part, I think I'm gonna do much like I often do and take a little break here to fix myself some food and all. I'm gonna take like 5 to 10 minutes, something like that. And then we'll move on to half muted part, as always. So let me prepare all of that. Yeah, back at 40, let's say 45. Up. Ah, you two have some nice coffee. Enjoy, enjoy. And yeah, I will be getting food and a coffee, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back with some coffee and some lasagnas to eat. So now we can get to court and to trial. Somehow it's always, like in many of our streams, it fits perfectly for me to like just take a break for the trial to get food and all. Weird kind of sync. But hey, not gonna complain about it. Let's me up, move everything back, and we can get on to trial. What do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And the different suspects were arrested at each of the crime scenes. Apologize for yesterday, I was indisposed. Hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. Ooh, they just finished? Do you mean they've been questioning you for the whole rest of the day before trial? Or she went through an all-nighter to question even. Does Mr. Wright suspect the police are clueless? Figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. I don't know why she's trying so hard to make herself the culprit in there. My best guess is that it is to protect Edgeworth from getting booted by Gaunt. Because everything points to Edgeworth potentially being a suspect. I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Can't trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. Belonging to Officer Jake Marshall. Maybe she won't have to actually strike a plea bargain, really. Because she won't be guilty at all. So she doesn't seem to be against it. Okay, interesting. I've thought her to object a bit to some degree. Considering she seems very intent on the truth, or at least on her taking the blame. I mean, both at the same time, I guess, what I would mean. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Okay, so we are not in the trial, like Meekins hasn't been involved in this trial yet. I would have thought, considering the name, For my save point being trial later to be the trial for the second murder, so with Mickens involved. We'll see how that shakes out. Takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office, yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Come on, stop gushing about him. We've been doing like a lot of work too. Come on. No, he doesn't know what's going on himself. Very admirable indeed. Ah, so we do get Meekins today. Come on. Don't say that now, Meekins. So it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. What? Didn't he say he didn't do it yesterday? What you would call part of the younger generation, a person whose actions adults comprehend. Come on, what is he playing at? Which report of the crime, consider that an order. Sure, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. Ah, what kind of a social question is that now? Not for him for lack of enthusiasm. Crime report, sir. But it's not my normal duty. I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Spotted a suspicious man on the screen and rushed into the room. Only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I feel like he's doing exactly what he's been told to do by Gaunt or someone else. Because he definitely didn't talk about him having done it last we talked. And you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yeah, we're gonna press on to everything and see what this gives. Ay, ay, ay. What a thing to be tasked with guarding was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. And looks broken to me. Okay, so his card was the one that was used twice. It doesn't seem like the most practical fighting strategy here. Apparently it worked, supposedly. Not exactly sure I'd qualify being into Kung Fu films enough to like make you a suspect or someone I would imagine being capable of killing someone else in an altercation like this. Okay. Man let his guard on for then just an instant so I snatch his knife from him. Made sure to close my eyes. What if you close your eyes while doing something as dangerous as taking a knife from someone? Next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. Thanks to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. Oof, remove that, I'm done eating already. I came around, I made sure to finish my mission. Oh, we are missing some info because I don't feel like we've got anything we can contradict him about, directly at least. And one thing remains unclear: was the man this officer murdered really the victim? Especially considering that Meekins seems to have panicked, closed his eyes, and fallen unconscious, like in a row. So he doesn't seem to have the best recollection of events, really. Was sent to my jail cell. You've gone, delivered it to me just this morning.
Objection!
Yeah, so Edgeworth is being kept in the dark just as much as us right now. Doesn't smell great for him, really. Communication with the police. And then let's have a look at the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, the fucking song now. Come on. I feel like we're not gonna see much of anything. Ooh, some fancy 3D here. Conveniently enough, we don't see the face. We don't really see Meekins doing anything to supposedly Goodman. I believe we're all thinking the same thing. This one is, in a way, it's great because it's so out of place, you know? How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Oh, come on, Gumshoe is not gonna be happy to hear you talk smack about his masterpiece. Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. Interesting, I didn't expect this videotape to have such good 3D. I guess they did it, they redid it for this release. Because it definitely doesn't feel like the kind of 3D they would have on the DS to then downscale. Anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity did take place. Okay, so now we probably have to use this tape to find the incoherence. Face can be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, it's not really clear. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. But it must be him, no one else could have unlocked it. Oh, was it really high quality too back then? Yeah, I guess. Then recording for that small part. Considering how, like, little data there is needed for the rest of the game, probably 1 or 2 cinematics pre-rendered into a DS cartridge would have fit. Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Right, but can't they also be opened by ID card, or is it only fingerprints? Because Gumshoe did mention the ID card being lost when he tried to open his locker way back then. So maybe we are being fed some lies here. I mean, the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Okay, let me check again the court record about this. Only the prints, okay. I thought you could also open it via keycard. Don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Face can be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of mood. Yeah. Now, please be more certain when you testify. You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. I'm gonna press on this, wondering if maybe they're gonna mention the ID card. Is there no other way to open them? Can you respond to registered fingerprints? Okay. And then I guess I misremembered about the ID card. It must be the person the locker was assigned to. I'm gonna press on this, but I agree on that, really. How do you know that information? Yeah, he shouldn't really know about all of this. He isn't part of this area. He didn't know Goodman either. But rumors from people in the know. Could he be fed information by Gaunt? No, Grant? Gaunt? Grant, I think. Listen to my romantic trolls. Oh, come on, don't make anyone or everyone at the cafeteria have to listen to everything in your romantic life. For record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. Probably Gumshoe, so only slightly more reliable, I would say. The victim opened the locker with his own fingerprints. If I may say something, sir. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case. Was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock? Yeah, but fingerprint locks, as I said earlier, are not really the most secure. You can kind of fake fingerprints in different ways. Easiest one would be being to have the finger in question in some way or another, like still attached to the body or not, I mean. But I'm not sure it's gonna go to such a dark place. My ancestral state can testify enough to this. Edgeworth wants us to find what's wrong. I mean, there has to be a problem if Edgeworth points us in that direction. I do believe I've seen part of the face that resembled Marshall's rather than Goodman's. Suppose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. A good look and be sure to point out the right thing. I played too many times. Bro is traumatized. Trying to keep track of the time and they finished ended in there. This part to me doesn't look like Goodman, but it's probably not what they want me to say because it's super tiny. I rewind a tiny bit. Okay, there is a glove here. Okay, so he hasn't hurt his hand yet. He attacks. He then gets hurt, I think. Okay, yeah, he wasn't hurt yet here. And right then, he's hurt. Not hurt, but he's got blood here. Probably from Mikin's hand, I would say. Whoops. Okay, there is something to me that seems wrong about the order of things happening because Because when like Mickens recounted the situation, he did say the guy attacked him and was like had his blood all over, but it's only then that he gets attacked. Let's see, I'm trying to see if I find anything wrong. Like, outstandishly wrong. But I don't see anything that's too bad. We can see the glove that fell, right? We can see Mickens. Hope you like this music, because I don't. Thing is, I can't see if his hand here is bloody or not. And then he gets attacked for real. I won't lie, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to see. Let's keep watching. Anything changed about this little guy? Not really. Anything changed in there? No, Mickens is indeed here. One of my issues too is that we don't see anyone coming out. So we see this glove falling, which could be something important, but it's not really incoherent with anything we've been told. So he mentioned getting punched at some point. We don't really see if he's gonna get punched or like... He seems to be not really getting punched, but getting stabbed. Maybe it's that I need to show. Let's see. I would also, like, the only other notable thing I see is about the blood, but does it contradict anything? Can gonna try that. I'm not sure about it, but no. Kind of want to return to cross-examination first, actually. So let's see, do I have anything? At least they don't give me a penalty for messing up on the video, it seems. So probably they knew it wasn't an easy one to see. Or at least an easy one to mess up. So the ID card record checks out. Oh, so it was already opened. Okay, yeah, that's it. I need to press on to take that. No, I don't want to present, I want to press. Ah, okay, we got it, nice. We have to pay attention to details that are so like much more difficult to see than before all of a sudden in this case. They sure want us to listen to this musical arts. They are taking their sweet time to show the contradiction here. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. It could be someone else. Considering how insistent Edgeworth was on us checking this, he probably knew too. When the door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. I think I know actually. I think it's because this rubber glove was used to keep the door slightly, very slightly opened. Okay, now I see. I know what to see here. But fast forward until it gets opened. Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh, we get to see it all again now? Come on. Yeah, at least we don't have to get the music for the whole time. Now I see why you hate it so much. If it were only for like 10 seconds at a time. But I had to listen to it quite a bit too much while looking for the mistake in the video.
Objection!
Sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Yeah, it could be like right between the lock, and which would explain why it instantly falls. And considering it's also a rubber glove, if it's electric, it wouldn't go through. The lift would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It needs to be an insulator. There just might have been something that fits the description. We have so much evidence in this case. I think in the base game case we only had like up to here of evidence. We are nearing double that. Video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The little impetus to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Bro keeps strangling himself. He needs to remove his how's it called? In a minute. Shackles? Yeah, shackles. Indeed. So are we to believe then that the victim whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. Prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. Officer Mickens, please testify about this. Riddle me this, Mr. Mickens. Oh, you mean that, sir? They mixed up. He mixed up his this and his that. Mystery Man number 2. There's one other thing that proved the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use the ID card. When ID card is used, there's a record of it. Time of the crime, the detective had used his card. I mean, anyone else could use his card. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared by noon. Let's see. One of the things that proved the man was Detective Goodman's detect from this game that not all people should be police or judges. Yeah. I mean, the judge we've got is okay, but sometimes he lets himself be swayed a bit too easily by non-decisive evidence. Yeah, I mean, yes, right, but you don't have to be the person that owns the ID card to use it. If someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that. Remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Anyway, each police officer has only one ID card. The police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Yeah, at the very least, he's not one to like want someone to be unduly judged. He does seem genuine in his work, which is a lot better than a lot of people we see in this game. Yeah. ID card is used, there's a record of it. Sure. Hello, you right here? Hope you're good today. Yeah, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. I just think that's odd. I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. Wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Wrong with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. They say it's too obvious, but it's like... Wait a minute. Found at prosecutor's office crime scene. Right, would that be sufficient? Because indeed, we did find it in the prosecutor's office. Right. Which happened at the same time, supposedly. Yeah, okay, I think I need to just present the card here. Because it was at the first crime scene. Do I have anything else that would matter? I don't think so. Yeah, I think that's it. Just a second, let me click on something. Okay, let's get back into it. But one moment, Officer Mickens. Not good at waiting, sir. He sure doesn't seem like the kind to stand in place. Ah, I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. Yes, but not this crime scene. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene, underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. Very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. So that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime, something important enough to fill out this report. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Yeah, that's probably why he had to scratch out his ID card number. Man Officer Mickens encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Who quite possibly is Jake Marshall. I'm a bit concerned that he just agrees with us. I wouldn't. He doesn't seem to be in any kind of scheme right now, especially considering he is in trouble right now, let's just say, with the chief police officer. But it's not like him to congratulate us. Man in the evidence room, Officer Mickens encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. The second victim lost his ID card. I'm so certain he's gonna, like, take the praise instead of us again. He's been doing that all trial so far. That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. The victim in this video is a fake. Then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. Once ago you seem content to be pointing your finger around. He says, pointing his finger around. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. Which makes our own suspect a lot more suspect all of a sudden, so the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. Yeah, of course, as always. The evidence is compelling, as trustworthy witness, though the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Yeah, you always know it's bad when he agrees. Activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Mickens encountered, and where did this person disappear to? What can we do? What can we object on? I feel like we can't really wait, because anytime we are asked if you want to wait, we can't really do it, but I guess we could object on the fingerprints over here.
Objection!
Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not, but I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. security video did not show the actual murder. Yeah, it didn't really prove that the actual murder happened in the... I mean, we do have a supposedly... like, convincing testimony, even though to me it's not exactly convincing, really. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, a large amount of blood traces were found in the evidence room. Defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. This court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? Will be called on Marshall, probably. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Defense would like to request a specific witness. I love how they are ask us to choose, but we... like, even if you didn't know who to call, they just mentioned the Texas Ranger. Like, really. We could have just moved forward. In charge of the evidence room, I feel we should hear what he has to say. Was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. Don't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well, the court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed? Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? And by prepare, you probably mean tell him what to say. But hey. No stopping you with there, Mr. Wright. Call for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. He seems to think we figured everything out at least. Yeah, she's got a pretty sick outfit. Even though it's always been a bit, not weird, but... like, why do they give every prosecutor some kind of very military outfit? Imagining the text box transparency? Oh, no, I can change that. Fuck. There. Yeah, I think this should be good. Or is it the other one? Yeah, I think I'd rather have low to have it a bit easier to read still while seeing stuff. Yeah. No worries. I could have asking for his protection. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. That's what someone that's interrupting something would say. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. What is it, Gumshoe? What is it? Yeah, what do you have for us? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making the detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Wait, but who called on him? Okay, he didn't realize who was talking to. Ah, so Lana did ask for something. What the hell is this? Could this be SL9 incident? First use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. Could I bother you to bring me SL9 incident files? Yeah, okay, I got it. I'll need them by noon. Thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. But she was a witness. I knew she was involved, but I thought she was involved as Miles, Edgeworth's mentor. From me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Yeah, no shit. What? Now that I've brought your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Huh? Emma's name is in here? But she doesn't seem to know about SL9. At the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. Oh, this seems to be quite a trauma for poor Emma here. Rick Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gaunt, Miles Edgeworth, Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case was killings 2 years ago. I mean, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Okay, let's read this before we get into it. Yeah, we do have it. Okay. Then close. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Murder, sentence death. Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Ed Moss, Rachel Moss, Ted Bates, and Neil Marshall. So Marshall's brother, I would guess. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witnesses Lana and Emma Skye. Executive investigator Damon Guns and Lana Skye. Okay. Whoops, didn't want to exit it. Head investigators Bruce Goodman, investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Star. I'm curious why Jake Marshall was an investigator on this. I would guess most often they would try to distance anyone that is related to the crime, I mean, not to the crime itself, but to a victim or someone from the investigation. But okay. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. In charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. I mean, he didn't seem to do a whole lot of guarding, considering what he's told us. Please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Oh, did you not make your coffee? Yeah, maybe that would help. Nice coffee always helps. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. While Edgeworth can certainly be some kind of howling wind at times, when it requires it. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. Desperado's soul is as boundless as desert sands, no paper can sum it up. Plain old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said it was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Can't say I particularly care for your attitude. Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. He's not that good with machines, always following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? Or the judge wants him to be out as soon as possible. Just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. When time dies in there, I was just a caretaker who entered the recordings. Videos of nothing are that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. Nothing unusual is recorded tapes had to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. You made your round on the day of the crime, right? Probably not. And you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. No Desperado, I know, lets rules get in his way. No Desperado, I know, join the police force. Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. Besides, the room is protected by 2 security systems anyway. The detectives who've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. Yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. I mean, I guess it's recent. Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. I wouldn't say a bike is a machine. And so, locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? Eating some spaghetti. Beautiful angel steak lunches can be that Paolo's Vongole sepia pasta. Not all Desperados eat tacos, partner. This has at least taught your lesson. I mean, he doesn't seem to have learned any lesson right now. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want a raise this year?" Would this be time for salary cutting noises? Innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Yeah, I think we know what we have to show right now. So I don't know if I should present it here or maybe here when he says he never gets in. I guess I'm gonna use it here because it's directly incriminating him, while he doesn't clearly say he never goes in right here, so let's do that here. I may be wrong, but it's okay.
Objection!
Okay, good. So Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that is you being called in to testify like this? After all, you went in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. Pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there.
Objection!
I only wish it were, officer. See, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Well, what do you have to say for yourself, Officer Marshall, now? Seems to me there is a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. Let's see about those fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. None of them just happen to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprints was by chance. Bloodstain on the fingerprint are completely unrelated. But didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Well, someone was indeed wearing gloves, but it's not the same hand. I'm gonna recheck the blood prints, but I think one is right hand, the other one left hand. So first, this one is a left hand glove, but it might not be the one used. Here we've got what seems to be a right hand. We can't see the other... yeah, we can't check again blood stains, but I think this one was a right hand. Ah, so the two of them are right hands then. It brings me in that evidence room. Okay, let's press onto this. What about the bloody handprint? And mine is no mystery. But he didn't seem to know about the fingerprinting, but I guess they did say that some people in the force didn't even know. Murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Contrary, one could argue just the opposite, the chance of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. But one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. Wanna know why? Bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. What's got to do with breakfast while the other is type of murder? Okay, this is again, the judge getting easily swayed by a simple metaphor or play on words. Maybe alone, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. Rather than the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. Yeah, we've got one here. Was found on the gumshoes locker. Okay, what do I have that would tie Marshall to all of this? I don't know who this would be, but considering we don't have his ID number, can't exactly show this as a contradiction. Here we have a left-hand glove, but would this be enough? Anything in the SL9 incident? Probably not now. Seems a bit early to use it. So he was an investigator on this one 2 years ago. How does that help? No, that touched the locker where my fingerprints were by chance. I'm not sure how my fingerprints have been evident. We don't know exactly when the lockers were changed to be fingerprint based. I touched the locker where my fingerprints was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. I'm guessing this is what I have to contest, but how? Because it's pretty much the only place where he makes a kind of hard claim. I touched the locker. But this we can't really prove. Or disprove, I feel. This is kind of the same thing, one of them just happened to be. And we can't exactly contradict this either, considering he's been an investigator prior to that, and him having to do some rounds in there. I could... could question that too. Let's check the video again. Was anyone wearing gloves in here? Don't think I see anyone wearing gloves. No glove, no glove. I seem to see on the left hand some bandage on the hand, I think. Yeah, hey, I don't see any glove being worn, at least. We can show this, I think. That seems fair.
Objection!
Ah, crap. Okay. Right, but why would they wipe the bloody handprints? You were wearing gloves. Would that work? I'm gonna try. That feels relevant and contradictory.
Objection!
Oh no. Well, seemed to me to be logical, but okay. Okay, no clue what to do about this really, but sure. I don't get any information here from that. So here, if you press, you're wondering why he knows, and then he says that he read the reports. Like, I feel like it contradicts the fact that the print had been wiped. But I literally just tried that 2 minutes ago. That locker happens to be mine. Locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. Okay, so I was just missing that, apparently. This seal of blood in the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. As long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. I mean, we don't know if it was him or not. Want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? Because that video is the only direct evidence you have.
Objection! Objection!
You can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present. Please do so now. I mean, there is something. The fact that we don't see the person leaving. But how do I show that? Okay, I think I have to... I mean, no, there is no evidence in the video because he doesn't show on video. I mean, no one is seen leaving. What I mean. Does that mean that there is no evidence in the video or that there is evidence? I don't know. Let's say no evidence. Yeah, I mean, I think I have to show the video.
Objection!
But how do I show the fact that there's nobody?
Objection!
You might wind up being the one making the mistake. We are back to this damn song. We do see a bandage on this hand. Okay, are we gonna see anything appear here? Or is this over? Can't exactly see his hand properly here. Wait, it didn't seem so bandaged actually from here. Okay, and I don't see anyone passing by here, I think. Hmm. Yeah, no trace here. There's not really anything here incriminating him. The thing is, like, I can hardly show the fact that we don't see him leave. Hmm. Thing is that I don't. Yeah, this music is quite something. I'm looking for some kind of change happening around this time. I don't really see any. Thing is that I'm kind of stuck here now. Because to me it's pretty weird that we don't see anyone leave, but how do I show that? Let's see, is there anything to see here from the way he moves or something? Yeah, and I don't see anything changing in this spot, making me think I don't have anything to say about the video yet. Like, now I'm kind of stuck here, I think. Yeah, I don't see anything changing here, I think. Just rewind again. Like from here on out, not seeing him pass by is weird, but how do I show this? Guess I'm gonna show here, but like I have zero confidence in this working. The bandman just a bit disillusioned. Like, what else can I do about that? Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right? Do I have anything that would counter that? So it will be this one with bloody fingerprints. I wish we had like the pause and all while just examining the video. Would help quite a lot. Let's see, did I miss anything? I don't think so, because I've been focusing so much on these guys. Locker and all. That I wouldn't expect to have missed anything. Okay, nothing here or here. Oh, there is something that changed. Okay, my bad. No. Ah, how did I miss this? Ay, ay, ay. Okay, too many. Okay. I see what it is. Ah, I'm so stupid. I was so looking for a handprint. I didn't even check the like sort of class hanging around from his locker. Okay, we got this. Oh, you have to pay attention to so little details at times. I would have needed a second coffee for that, probably. Yeah, but we got it now. Oh, okay. Days are short in Texas, and so are tempers. Will you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words, not bad, partner. He lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with a white cloth sticking out. That was witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. At least now we've got a banger to accompany this video instead of the blue badger theme. The crime took place, white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. The Marshal, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? Does it mean I'm the one who opened it? Murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. My fault I happened to choose mine. Yeah, he completely forgot about the fingerprint. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah, I called your bluff. They opened that locker. Now prove it. Huh? What do you mean prove it? Well, this I guess? A fingerprint sensor. Talked about this earlier today. Lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Yeah, he did say some people don't even know about that. So Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Only got one word for you, partner. No! Well, he crumbled quick, even though we had some trouble still. This is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole! That's right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. Oh, look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Mickens didn't see Officer Marshall. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Here? Right? It was the victim Detective Goodman was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. Was you dressed up like Detective Goodman? Preposterous! Officer Mickens witnessed the detective at the crime scene. When he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. Yeah, Mickens did not know Detective Goodman like at all. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. In the evidence room, I asked him to show his card. The man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yeah, otherwise they would know it's not him, due to the picture. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Mickens would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? With quite an imagination, partner. Got a term for that, it's called circumstantial evidence. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. Again? With the beard? He's gonna start to be vexed. Do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? It is a fear in your eyes, partner. And you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to basics. Look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. Rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Because... Yeah, he had to open the locker to hide his disguise. And the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. It originally planned to open his locker. Yeah, to hide his costume. The fact that white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. Ah, the video. I'm gonna have a little save. You never know. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. So, probably due to the blood, if I had to guess. Again with the perfect music. Okay, too late? Yeah, I have to rewind. For some reason you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. You didn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Tell the court what you did, all of it. The time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID, and just like him, I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. I'm not sure about that, actually. Ah, okay, Edgeworth mentioned it. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor in the evidence room. No one was murdered, then how could that be? Seems to be quite a lot for someone to handle it so well. It was way too much blood for such a small donation, yeah. I had to do it that day. I'm gonna press, but I suppose it's about SL9? 2 years have passed and that case was closed. It was going to completely end with a transfer on that day. But if I have anything to do with it, that incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish? The case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I'll have a look at it myself one more time. No matter the cost. Don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Yeah, you've never been in charge. I mean, I know why he cares so much about it. Due to his brother, probably. It's it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. Okay. So essentially you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you did it yourself, you can change your fingerprints. In the normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. Means that your good man must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Wait, did he come before? I think he did. No, we only have Bruce Goodman once. So Goodman didn't come back before to open that. That locker. We plan on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. Oh no. We are having some salary cutting noises in the distance right now. Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. It was me knocking him out on everything. Wasn't any murder in the evidence room. 515. I mean, I'd agree with that. What about the blood? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't exactly empty due to there being the rubber glove, but it was missing at the very least the knife. By the way, partner, it's a free country. Just remember, you're also free to decide whether or not to answer. I mean, not really, actually. Detective's ID injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences, namely salary cutting noises. Can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Okay. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. Don't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? I know why. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I don't want to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at the trial. Something no one will talk about. Okay, so yeah, let's show his brother. It was in victims data, right? Yeah, victims Neil Marshall. Let's have another save, just so we don't restart from too long ago. If I mess something up later. I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. List of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Oh, was he king of prosecutors? He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right, he was killed. The case fell into your hands. He was investigating the murder with Damon Gant, then Deputy Chief of Police. Yeah, I was wondering who this was, back when we saw that picture the first time. A group of detectives I was part of worked under them, who were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to public records. My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can fool me. I wonder what happened in the police department on the day of the crime. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Making some from the name associated with him unconscious and fled. This didn't really advance much on the rest of the case, though. The thing that happened by chance never ceased to amaze. Exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Yeah, Chance is doing some heavy lifting in there. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was a real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. Well, I still don't quite believe it, really. But it wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. This is why we examine the incident at the police department today. Only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me these boys got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries of the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. I'm not too sure about that. We still have a huge pool of blood to try and understand in there. The testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. I rest my case. We have to find something, but what would work the best? Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. No doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. I didn't realize... Yeah, we kind of fell right into the trap. But we have to have something to disprove this. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant... Ooh! Emma is back! Guess who's back? Back again. Emma's back. The defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right? The right, I use this girl's guardian. Kind of. Don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Wow, how generous. Was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to Joe Dark killings. Yeah, she did flee after hearing about that. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day? So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. What could you have found on a second look? Nothing, okay. But what does this mean, scientifically speaking? Those traces of Those traces of blood are the only clue we have. Don't find something wrong with them. We have to find something about the handprints, but there is, like, one thing that is weird to me is that one of these handprints had to be cleaned up. So someone didn't have gloves in there. But I don't know what to say about this other blood mark, assuming they mean the one on Gumshoe's locker. In the floor plan, the handprint was discovered around here. Yeah, this handprint has to have happened before before Meekins entered at 450, right? Because at this time he pushed the blue badger in front of Gumshoe's locker. So the bloody handprints has to have happened before. Don't find anything wrong with that blood mark. Yeah, there is a problem, but let's see how I'm gonna have to prove it though. Been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yeah, it's missing the blue badger. Spray the defense and simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. Question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plan? Okay. That? The blue badger panel, surely? What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. And yourself, Mr. Wright? Please look at the floor plan of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. It's fucking massive. I didn't realize it was so big. That's right, so long as the blue badger is dancing here, it'll be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. The animation when he gets flustered with the cape moving back is really so good. One of the best so far, I would say. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it here. On that afternoon. So Mickens was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? If he put it down, it would be impossible to do handprints. That must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Yeah, exactly. Don't ask me, I'm just a girl. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. On February 21st in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. One time was captured on this tape taken by a security camera. With some Mickens cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. Problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. Oh, now it's an objection fight. Then assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. Probably around 4 PM? But to the officer Mickens being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman. Another incident took place in that evidence room. I'm guessing the ID record, it should show 4:20 PM. I mean, it has to have happened before Mike Mickens, at least. Do we have anything else that would matter? I don't think so. Yeah. The crime took place inside the evidence room and the killer would have had to enter it, and in order to do so an ID card would have been required. When Mickens brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. The crime took place before the time, then it would be 4:40. No, are we gonna put Miles in a bad spot again? Just what have you done? Never would I figure you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, ain't getting it. Clear from the luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Mickens and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. I mean, the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I mean, fortunately for you, you mean? Crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. So who could this be? Gauntz? Talk about a lucky number. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? A record of the case card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. Who could this, Mr. 120,000? The Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 77777777. Fortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. The ID number belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. You don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. Take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I'd appreciate it if you would keep your slender to yourself. Yeah, I don't know why he referred to that. Could something like that have happened in a SSL 9? Slender, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. What I want to know is one thing about that incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Well, I think he already knows the answer. Two years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for the trial. At the time, occasionally we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Uh-oh. Could this be confession time? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. Before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Thank you for the follow. Even if it involves forging evidence. So... does she fully admit to it? I thought she would sidestep the question, really. See, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, we changed day again, okay. Do we have another investigation time, then? Or do we just move on? This is turning out to be much longer than expected. If we still have investigation to do, I may stop here, actually. And then tomorrow... let's see. Sorry, Mr. Wright, I'm sorry for what my sister said. That's the way it is, we did what we had to. Never knew that the Solnon incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. And I wanted Dark convicted so badly, that's why she used me. This is what happened to me. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall, murdered Officer Marshall's brother, left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. Yeah, I'm not sure where Emma comes into play here. Ah, yeah, was almost a victim. Night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. Joe Dark tried to kill me. Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. Come on, what do you mean you didn't see that one coming? It's like in the record. In the SL9 files. And 2 years ago, it was right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. Alone in my sister's office, planning... Just a sec, just gonna grab a little ibuprofen. Migraines are coming to me, sadly. We are planning to eat dinner together once she finishes her work. Oops. Okay, sorry about that. Then suddenly, this surfing man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. Seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. Didn't know what was going on. So was he being followed by Neil, maybe? But then Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed out at the window, lighting up the office for an instant. I saw then burn a permanent picture in my mind. You'll see it now. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. And what happened after that? Apparently I passed out. Came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Was like what, 14, 15 when she had to be witness to that and witness in court. At least to never pass out in the middle of a crime. Yeah, surely if everyone could keep their eyes peeled or every second of a crime, that would help us a lot. But no, we have to have witnesses that move away from the crime for 5 minutes and somehow forget to mention it. But the word just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. This was all over. I made up my mind. Listening. Ah, so she knew about the forgery. There's something that bothers me. Prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly, Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. I could have just testified properly. I mean, she couldn't see everything. Even though he may not have known it. He usually was involved in falsifying evidence. I mean... remotely, I guess. Seems a bit, too incriminating to say he's involved. The case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Then why wouldn't he just take the elevator instead? Ah, she was a detective back then. Don't think she's written anywhere in the file. Aside from being a witness, of course. The Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Ah, seems like quite the promotion for someone that hasn't prosecuted before. Right, it seems I keep causing you trouble, falsifying evidence. And think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing fall, why should we? Believe me, I understand the risks. Emma told me about you. And how you were a detective 2 years ago. How the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. Yeah, there's still quite a lot of stuff we don't understand in there, like why was she moved away? Why did the guy go to her office and not just flee, right? Suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Relation not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. In that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. At 15, there was no murder at the police department. This has involved just me. Member of the police force 2 years ago. Dang, they kind of look cool right here. Still talk about all the case she and Chief Gaunt cracked together. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the report could be filed. I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court. Gaunt's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police. I arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. I feel like maybe Gaunt was the source of the forgery. Years ago, I was second in command of the detective investigating Dark. Chief Gaunt and I shared the same office and the same investigations. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. The first time Marshall worked with his brother, he was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. He's the first person who appeared upon the scene of the crime was me. Damon Gaunt and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark as that day. Investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. He waited until Gaunt and Marshall let the guards down, then fled the room. Why would he run to that office? Finding some papers while Gaunt and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. The Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, suspect Joe Dark. He struggled, it seemed Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. With that I played Dark, Idiot Arrest. No way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. This one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Yeah, I'm starting to think that Gaunt let Dark go, so he'd commit a crime in a panic and be taken in that way. Whoever would be murdered didn't really matter to him, my guess. But since his brother died, he's changed completely. I mean, if you start to assume your brother has been killed to get someone find someone guilty of murder instead of doing things the proper way and just using scapegoat in that case to get there, probably would leave a sour taste. He wasn't convinced with the rulings against Joe Dark. And with the closing of a case, everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. The case just might not be over yet. I was assaulted by man. I'm kinda quiet around here today. Oh, Marshall is like just left to his own devices. I would think he would be in detention or something. Howdy, Bambina. I thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I've known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. I'm guessing the cacti? Howdy, Twig. Howdy, partner. Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Why do prospectors head west? There was a cause I needed to know the truth about it. Was that one? Will you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall? Would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Well, we don't have one for you right now. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. Not just me either, all the detectives thought so. Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found, for example, the murder weapon. Judge Joe Darks. In the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Well, where would be the rest of the blade? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. And there is a good chance that knife was not a murder weapon. Case left behind scars on all of us. The looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. We did the highest honor that very day. Ah yeah, the king of prosecutors. Case and an incident took place that wasn't this. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. But there's still evidence the case wouldn't die. There was something going on behind the scene in that case, we all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation save one was taken care of. Wonder why Goodman was the only one that stayed. Star was fired and was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. They did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. Careful enough not to be too obvious. Not sure how much of a hand Lana had in this, but I'm not surprised about Damon Gaunt being tied to this. Investigation lead Damon Gaunt on his second in command, Lana Skye. This case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office. Yeah, and Damon became chief of police. So he doesn't know what happened exactly. One thing for sure, if I'm not in court today, that boy Edwards isn't my enemy. Someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. think we just ended up making Lena look more guilty. Yeah, kind of. Don't think we're gonna find anything new here, really. We wanted to go to the chief's office, but right now we can't seem to get there, right? Yeah. I'm not sure I'm gonna get any new info by showing the SL9 files, but doesn't hurt to do it. Okay. Ah, okay, now we can get back here. Place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. Looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. Edgeworth not to mention her statement to the media on tomorrow's trial. More chaos going on at Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. No, we almost got there. Oh, well. Seems like we can still go, okay. Holy hell. Now talk about a villain's office. Look at that pipe organ, that shrill. Acoustic organ lesson in kindergarten. Aren't you way too small in kindergarten to play the organ? I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. So, righto, have you been swimming lately? Appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. 2 years have passed in that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall there? Now that's familiar. That's a picture of Lana, Neil and me. So there was a sword on the shield. Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. This has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. We can't deny the request to search a crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. Now, how could we get in? Could the chief have a special elevator to the underground parking lot? Mayhaps? Probably not. Hey pal! Supposed to be in a meeting. Oh, he is being pushed away again. Busy serving everyone coffee, I see. Either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? In the fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. Just like the battles between you two in court. Basically what he told boils down to that falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. I mean, yeah, fair to assume he knew about the evidence. Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, as you know, there have been some rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. Using talented prosecutors kept him safe from those who don't like him. Yeah, but like two cases in a row really put him under fire. In our world, only those with talent tries to stop. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. No better recipe I know of for making enemies. Yeah, Gumshoe only has allies apparently, even though they all ask him to make them coffee. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Could look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. One evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Let's do that right now, just so we don't want to check that again, yeah. There is a sword missing here. Could it have been used as another weapon? Maybe. Yes, you will suddenly disappeared from the locker. Found Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. Traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it. Take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. So I'm guessing the tip of the knife was in Neil Marshall. But was it here in the first place, or was it placed here? Kodak was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. On his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. Oof. By just then, so he killed him too. He came upon the scene, was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. What would he turn himself in? Single shred of evidence, so he turned himself in. This is so weird. Why would he turn himself in and then flee? Why am I having to listen to all of this and Gumshoe being oblivious to it all? I have it in a nutshell, that's all I know. If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gaunt. Right, he would lend anyone $50. The prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. We'd like to have a look. Ooh, Gumshoe, will you help us? The detective's ID card can unlock the door. We're not exactly civilians, we are... I mean, at least Phoenix is a lawyer. Ah, shit. In other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. What could we show him? This, maybe? Considering it was from his office, right? From Gaunt's office. One of those memories people have from previous lives. Look at my badge! Hey, maybe that would help him, considering he's talking about civilians and we're not exactly civilians, I guess? Like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Well, I mean, might as well try, you know? Okay, he doesn't care. Presentation to think people are acting. From blood loss in the 10 minutes. Found in wood was missing teeth. Single stab. Single stab. Locked away in a locker. Would this be enough for him to realize we need to see the scene of the crime for SL9? No, okay, we already showed it before. Nothing else. Talk about here. Nothing in the parking lot. Something new here? Ah, Edgeworth is here. What are you doing here? Of the in court, huh? Really, the past 2 years with remote flying around. Was that allegation to me? He's trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Like some people I don't have all day. Hey, come on. No excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. It all breaks down to and nothing I do can erase that fact. Police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. Police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Right, but like, what if someone else tried to pin that on you? First last year's trial, now this one, it seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Come on! Edgeworth, you can just walk out on trial. Or the last day, it's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. List of evidence, it seems too short. Half as long as most lists. When Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in the ceremony. Okay. Finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. So that would be why he came back to the prosecutor parking lot. That's quite convenient how he had to go back. That is the gumshoe at the window there. Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Will that work? Hold on, first let me see what the girl's doing crawling around my feet. Letter of resignation. If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. There is letter of resignation. Tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. You know, the path I've walked, you don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been just one. But like, was it on purpose or not, is mostly what matters. Probably. Don't forgive myself for what I've done, and no one else should forgive me either. Maybe we can get Gumshoe to help us now. Where could this be now? I have to pay attention to this too. Seems a bit too in the foreground to not matter at all. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. What does the official prosecutor's trophy look like 2 years ago, until 2 years ago? Contradiction, that's what your words based on. Ah, what do you mean exactly? Originates from an ancient Chinese tale. Unstoppable force against immovable object, or invincible shield against it's a knife that can break anything, a spear that can break anything. First means halberd and the second means shield. Yeah, I've read the how is it called? Saint Seiya manga, so I know this. I've heard about this before. Why do we have that song now? In the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was halberd, he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Okay, now I see why we had the music now. Then again, you've heard this story before. Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of the items discredited them both. As a Chinese word for contradiction was born. The chipped shield and broken knife symbolize precisely so. They symbolize merchant's items. Tales end with the merchants at a loss for words. They are nature to pursue matters to their conclusions. Why would he remove the halberd? Oh, she's back. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Like the first person who sucked at a cow's nipple to discover milk. Okay. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that cave from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SM9 incident. Only that, but the murder occurred at the very day the evidence from the case was. Due for transfer, this can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. That little sin I happened to witness. So how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Yoda, that's a name I will not soon forget. Running of half a year. The repair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. Each producing code was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear. Other items were kept secret. Also, so much as an explanation. The man was kind transferred to his office and became chief prosecutor. Quite as simple as it appears. Yeah, I would agree with that. Demon gun on Lana Sky. Don't let the investigation with Lana second in command, they were the best. So for now, pretty much only stuff we found out or learned about somewhere before. Demon gun's magnetism is in particular was the most unreal. His ability to attract evidence. That would seem a bit convenient, right? Produce the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. When everyone looked up to Lana, the detective wanted to be like her. Okay, does she have anything new or more conclusive to say about being used? Like, does she have any sort of proof? Being sold this in case his position as chief was secured. Only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. Prosecution office? Prosecutor's office indeed. Control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. And it's good all along. Starting to think all of this was to protect Emma in some way. Because, like, Emma is kind of the only reason I could imagine Lana go against her principles. And she did say she sold her soul, but to whom or to what, and let's just say Damon Gaunt feels kind of appropriate of a demon to sell your soul to. Must have been a reason for a change. Listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. Hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Okay, that turned out to be more interesting than I expected it to be, I'm gonna lie. Ah, you're back. I make 150 copies of these files, bring coffee, copying files, and turning into a regular DJ. Not sure that's the right job. And my persistency, but my answer is still no. And you in the chief's office, period. Well, if he won't put his neck on the line for us, there is one person he'd do it for. Don't really need to examine it, I wanted to present it. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too, but I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. We just betrayed him. Would Gumshoe know more about SL9? Then he lets up. Okay, maybe not. Here, take my ID card. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. So I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. I don't even know how this case turned out. I may already be as good as terminated. We have so much stuff. Okay, I wanted to see about his ID, even though I didn't imagine him being number 7. But you never know. When, if anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshow's a goner. That's happened. I'm counting on you to bail me out. What are you doing here now? Oh, did he get slapped again? Didn't even know you could slap a ghost. I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong, so I came too. Crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Ay, what did we do to this poor card? Okay, so first let's use some luminol quite liberally. Nothing here. Really. Considering what we've seen, the crime might have happened here, so maybe the organ is here to hide it? I don't know. Ah, no, it was here, okay. I wasn't entirely sure. The way it was shown made me think it could be here. Thanks to the weird trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. And along with Chief gone to a question dark. So he never removed Lana's desk from here for some reason. She doesn't care for imitation. Again, oh, how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? You don't pay taxes yet, Emma. Yeah, he did put away some piece of paper. Let's try as long as this. So it could be the SL91. There wasn't a lot of evidence. A nice list of evidence for something that, like, ran over months, doing what they said. No, we must not touch it and use... Can't we use fingerprint reader? I mean, fingerprinting dust. Ah, for a second I read code incorrect. ID card number on that record. Only mean one thing, that Chief Grant's ID number. Quite probably. I'm so sure we're gonna be interrupted by a certain Damon Gaunt entering right now. Charged from a broken cup. Could this be from Neil Marshall? Okay, can I present this? This for us. What does this mean now? Trying to move around my head, but I don't have a single idea what this would mean. Would Chief Gaunt hide this in his set? Okay, and the other one was a piece of leather, right? Could it be from his clothing? Hmm. Can we not examine the interior joke with its hand on its hips? Kinda, yeah, can see it. How do we link this to... Wait, can we just... Ah, interesting. Yeah, I'm thinking this is probably the scene Emma drew back then. Seems pretty... He came here to look around. Boss? Does seem like a suspect to me. What can I say about the class? Would like to examine it again, but I can't really, I think. Just we only realize now they also have a badge. I'm gonna lie, I have no idea what I need to show about, like, for the piece of cloth we found. Of leather, rather. What's a bit weirding, what's weirding me out quite a bit is that I can't even check it out to get a better idea of what I... like what I can compare it with. Maybe I just need to show the fingerprinting set to say I want to take fingerprints. On the piece of leather. Ah, okay, good. Thought we'd need to, like, actually link it to the case without prints, but okay. They've been absorbed into the print. This one seems to be pretty defined. Get a print. Ooh. Ah, we got it. So I'm thinking it's probably gonna be Jake's. Oh. No, it's not Lana's. Ah, Emma. Okay. The prints are too old. Oh, he just blurted it out. Okay, no. He blurted it out. Not right next to Emma. Fine. Now, that's not very kind, is it? As a word, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. That's right, you in the coat. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. I was walking to my meeting, happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. But then I thought of a certain detective. Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Or you won't be needing it anymore. Now get out. Wait, you're the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. I'd like a word with you. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneak in there like that, didn't you? So he didn't care, but if he knew, he wouldn't have gone. I've seen the evidence. Chief Gaunt was hiding in his office. I think apparently sent me the picture. Okay, best we can do is probably go see Lana, maybe? Or do we just start with the trial now? Ah, okay. See, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. Told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Seems Edgeworth was right. Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Sick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Time to show some pretty important evidence. Oh, do we just talk instead? To get Lana to tell me everything she's hiding. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. Said you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. And it hit me, it's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. That you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. Intriguing notion, a certain individual, you say? Do you think I'm protecting this person? Anything? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of, hmm? Right, you're addressing the chief prosecutor, do not forget your place. Please tell me a bit more about what you think, you know. But not until 2 years ago I respected him as a detective, assuming he's respectable, and tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? And Edgeworth would be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence. I did though. The Chief Gaunt's name was never mentioned. Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was... Still trying to protect him. I guess because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gaunt. Seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? That's scary. You have the makings of a criminal in you, with all your fallacious accusations. I thought this would be plenty enough, but here's the evidence list? Maybe? Oh, okay, yeah, I mean... Come on, they could give this one to you if you show the jar or the piece of glass. Okay, Mr. Wright, since as you summarized, Do not disobey the chief's order, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Three days ago I had no choice but to cooperate. Goodman. Perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. And though I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. Find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. That's what everyone believes. You were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. Trunk's lock was broken and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. When I found the body, this was a knife stuck in it. I'll just leave that knife in him. I took it out. Stabbed him with another knife. You know, he was already dead, my hands were shaking and just sort of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. What could it be about Dark's knife? There be some fingerprints on this one. It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. But over with, I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. When you stabbed the victim was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gaunt, first thing I did was make a phone call. Patrolman Jake Marshall. After I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Days to die, he decided to take things into his own hand. That's all I can tell you. With my respect, Mr. Wright, both as defense attorney and investigator. It's true we do happen to do both works at the same time. Now please don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Well, we're still gonna try and solve this. Ain't no way we're gonna let her be accused instead of Gaunt. Okay, I will just take a very, very short break and I will be back in like a minute. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, let's see. Final day. That lobby, alright. No defendant. Been trying to reach Lena all morning. Something's been happening behind the scenes. I mean, you've already figured it out. Who do you all know the 77777 ID card is, that is? Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. No, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday was there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. Well, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. First time he's ever done something like this. He's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. Goes back to the Isernan incident. Are we gonna have some jolly cooperation with a little edgy boy? Little Miles Edgeworth? If found guilty, you lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'm going to find out what Chief Gaunt has on her. It's now. In session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Morning folks, how's everyone doing? Hey, have you been back to the pool yet? I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Don't mind me asking Chief exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana wants to speak directly to the court. Certainly she's gonna like confess right in front of the court. And then there will be no need for judgment anymore. Gaunt probably has this out of her to protect Emma. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Don't like this one bit. What's this all about, defendant? I'd like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Confess to all charges against me. On February 21 of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot on the prosecutor's office. Just what we didn't want her to say. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Prosecution may lack direct evidence against me. It has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. Bruce Goodman, do be a dead man. I'd like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. A request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
Sounds like Edgeworth, indeed. One moment, Your Honor. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage will certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. Understand it's a difficult time for you. Why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gaunt. Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. Thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. Where the court hears her testimony. I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it will an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Feel like this is a phrase Lana told him a long while ago. Court shall grant the prosecution's request. It's okay with you, right, Chief Gaunt? Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words. But what happens to us? Like, we are out of the picture right now. At least we should, considering she doesn't want us to represent her. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My Sky, Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. None of those are occupations, but sure. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is correct. Then I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. An incident was resolved 2 years ago, really all that relevant. Okay, the judge won't ask for any justification when it's Edgeworth, but we have to fight real hard to justify anything we do. Please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. I wonder why we are still here, but I'm not gonna contest it, I guess. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised his knife up and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. What does his testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. He's really going with the bluff. Venom was a detective in the police department. In command and deputy chief of police guns. My sister, she was the best detective. Chief Gaunt and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. Why would that organ matter right now? Like, This game rarely ever brings up anything useless, so why would they mention the organ right now? Police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Took me to dinner. But they say he was brought in for questioning, but we also heard that he gave in to the police, gave himself to the police actually. Just a second. Okay. The Chief Damon Gaunt and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Forgot about Gaunt. Marshall had just received the king. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll press here, but like without expecting much. The Marshal jumped on dark, just then the light went out. Goodman was in charge of it. I mean, let's hear more. Why shouldn't we hear more about that? Mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Okay. But we do have it.
Objection!
I'm gonna put all our heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Come on, you're making him look bad for no reason here. All I'm saying is that as a prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. Two men appear to be wrestling here, but yeah, no idea who is who, really. It would appear the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. The marks here where they were torn apart from each other. Okay, but for now we still haven't proved what this has to do with what's happening right now. I mean, what happened 3 days ago. How did you draw a picture on the back of such an important list? The evidence list was torn in half, and there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Could there be a third party? This fucking song. To be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. The face when there is a list on the back of your list. On the back of your list. Will she mention the part supposedly modified by a gumshoe? The lighting was so bright and I could see her shadows. After that I must have fainted. He shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. Defense may now begin its cross-examination. Well, we don't have a lot to go from. Let's first check the list. There seems to be something there, but this the like, why would all of this matter? Did it happen somewhere else than she expected? Like than in front of the window we've seen? Picture entered 2 years ago. Let's press on everything to get some new info. Get rid 2 or 3 days later. First I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. I should still have been fresh, indeed. Flash lighting was so bright all I could see were shadows. Then how would you know who was who? Lighting was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You can see the actual murder takes place. I was to understand because witness to faint. Come on! We're just trying to find new info, please. He might try to cut my salary. Nah, he has no power here. You can't cut our salaries. We're already without any salary. This picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story will have influenced me. There's something bothering you. I won't lie, I hardly see it for now. The flash of lightning was so bright. Do we have anything else? Hmm. Okay, so supposedly it's still missing a part of it, considering only part of it has like drawings. The only thing that seems out of place to me is that like this doesn't look like a knife, right? But not sure at all about this. But then how would she know who is seen? After that I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. What I could see were shadows. Wait, okay, no, I thought I made a mistake and presented something for a second. I didn't even know. That thing was so bright. He was stabbed in the back. Okay. Got it. Should have read that better. Single stab wound piercing heart lung. Oh, this portion doesn't mention he was stabbed in the back. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains blatant contradictions. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out the contradiction for us. I mean, the fact that this person is facing forward, right, would be a place to look at. Come on! Well, I'm guessing this then. Oh, pfft. Come on, should have worked the first thing I've shown. The closer you can see, its tip is broken. Oh, this is what you meant. I meant about who was facing where. Okay, seems like the game and I didn't see the same contradiction. Inclusive piece of evidence. Yeah, if the tip was found inside, then... Like, if it was already broken, it's too late, right? Well, it was found inside Neil. Well, pray tell you, could you possibly see a problem? Seems to have had a single stab wound to the back. The victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Because the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. Unless there is a third party.
Objection!
There is another explanation. Forgotten already? There's something called falsified evidence. Yeah, we are starting to talk about a subject that might put us in trouble. The broken eye tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. Don't deny the possibility. Please allow me to once again go over the event that took place the day of the murder. The department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. Everything the King of Prosecutor aware at the ceremony, the Marshal questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gaunt. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. Oh, we are not saying Emma is lying. Someone else is lying. It must have been another broken knife. There is indeed another one. So now I wonder if I should show this or this. I guess I'm gonna show this, right? Even this thing's broken here. It's you! Hmm? Oh, come on! Man, twice do I get a penalty for something that is correct. Picture of the award ceremony. Earlier concluded the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this sword. And while he was given this broken shield and knife, when he chased after Joe Dark he pulled out his knife. Being a prosecutor he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. Yeah, fair to use that right now. But we still have to wonder about the fact that he was stabbed in the back. King of prosecutors the word knife was a murder weapon, and the murder and the victim would be reversed. Right, but we still have one contradiction to go over before all of this makes any sort of sense. For now, none of this works, but we are inches away from the truth right now. The prosecutor was the one who actually died. He seems so proud of him. Seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. I remember now, I remember everything. Mr. Edwards. Will you show me your evidence list again, please? She's the one who drew this one? The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. The fucking music, man! Trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Would it be like this? Seen from up? Or down for what it was? Please tell us what you recall, Miss Sky. Now the blue badger? Okay, let's see. I think it would be the vase, but doesn't look too much like the blue badger so far. So that man raised his knife. I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife, because then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger into the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Aww. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yeah, Lana is saying where this is going. We are getting too close to the truth now. Chief Prosecutor Sky. Already come this far. Too late to turn back. Yeah, what could all of this lead to? I mean, we have a good idea of what it could lead to for Emma and Gant, and possibility of her having accidentally murdered Neil, but how will this resolve? And I saw that mine raised his knife. Okay, let's ask her. Maybe she knows which one of the two she would mean? I think it was him. Okay. Power outage that immediately preceded the incident, also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. But she isn't sure. Music of Wales, I've got to have that other person. I was almost killed before she... So much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation. Yeah, I mean, for sure you wouldn't remember everything, but might as well try and get every detail we can. The man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. Could this kind of look like the blue badger in some way? Where in the room did you see him dancing?
Hold it.
Three creepy horns.
Objection.
I'm gonna take a save, but I think to me it can only be the sort of jar, right? Is in the defense believes that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Hmm? Sitting in this very room feels a bit weird to me. But surely he only meant something we have on us. I want to think it this. I mean, yeah, I guess if you look at it the other way around and from front facing, it could have one horn, and one horn, even though it's not kind of aligned in the right way, but I guess why not? Doesn't look anything like Blue Badger. Way to change our viewpoint. Okay, we do get a picture to help. Something like this. Right? This should work. Please.
Objection.
This fucking music now. HMNB, what the hell is this? Can use Q and R to rotate. Wait. Me, this doesn't fit so much, really. This angle, I mean. This song, I'm gonna remember it for weeks, man. And every time it plays, it's the instant where I'm the most stuck. To me, this would look pretty good, but would they agree? Okay, I think it fit. Woo! Ah, can we be done with this song, please? No one can possibly deny that Jar resembles the Blue Badger. I mean, could certainly deny it and not feel too bad about it. It says Blue Badger witness on the day of the crime was actually this. And though we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, and one question remains. What's your point? That Badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. Yeah, that could be the murder weapon, considering we see some blood all over. We should have seen this jar. Oh, the jar is showing the picture. The struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Landsky's office. It happened on the other side of the room. Chief Gaunt's office. Does that matter so much, really? Didn't feel like it really changed anything. I mean, it's gonna be important later, considering we found traces of blood close to Lana Sky's office. Not sure where this is leading exactly. There wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. I don't know. And I figured it out, so this is when Lana tried to stop the trial. I wish also these games had a chat log to reread some stuff at times. Try to quit now. He knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. The next instant the jar was hit and flew through the air. Yeah, it would have been a great addition to the remakes. Impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Could it be this? Suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. So this is why they were stabbed in the back, actually. My reasoning was that Gaunt came in and killed one of them. For some reason, I don't know why. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. Should we go through with this? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Yeah, there seems to, like, we would have had much, like, quite a lot less of murders without putting randomly some sharp objects in your workplace, unsecured. Yeah, really. We would have only stopped 2 crimes, but it's weird that it happened twice. Nonetheless. Oh, poor Emma, she... How we... no. Why? Yeah, of course. Why must we inflict that to her and to Lana? And then prove so with her own testimony. Oh, Lana, what are you saying? Sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances... Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body. Keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I have trouble believing that. That because Gaunt had a whole ass suit of armor in his office. Yeah. Let's just say 2 people are at fault here. You hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations. I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Oh no, we do. We fucking do. But that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. Well, there is something written on the jar. Technically, we also have the bit of leather with Emma's prints too. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. And hopefully to prove Lana didn't do it, please. I don't know what this could mean, but this is the only message that could have been given by Marshall directly. Like this. Could it be this, actually? Could Neil Marshall have used this piece of glass to take Emma's prints while she was knocked out? I think I'll try the piece of glass. I'm not too sure if I should use the jar instead, because it's got some kind of a character on it. I'm not sure what this means. So I may be wrong by using the piece of cloth, and otherwise it would be the jar, I think. Okay. Well, apparently not. Is he going to just pick the killer's name? If that seemed good, I'm sure it would. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. Look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. For some reason the blood on some of the fragment was not wiped away. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. This bloodstain will reveal to us the answer. Wait. E-M-A. Ay. Okay, what happened, Twig? What could have happened about this? And oh no, what did Pi do? Okay. I love how, like, poor Pi looks so fucking confused. Like, what the hell did I write down? I love the moment of pause and confusion from Pi. He's always so expressive. For some reason I thought it would be a ripped killer moment, but a Pi moment is just as worthy. For all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Seaworthy, consider I didn't warn you. Ganon is back. You've gone. You understand the implication of what you've done. 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Of you. An innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but he used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Yeah, really, TMS? I'm afraid that's not important. What do you mean, not important? Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Aye, we are in deep trouble, and when I say we, I mostly mean Miles, but kind of us too. We still aren't out of the water with Lana. Another to be continued, really? Come on! Okay, trial second part. Sorry, Dress, I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Guess I am. I'll come back later. Okay, well, what did you want this time? A lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. Top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Take it, Lana's having you run around again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you. If there was a break into this trial. Evidence law. Huh. Evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I love the little picture we got on the book. She said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Look like that book will do you any good now, though. What's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. Me looking at the time for how long we've been on trial. We've been at this for almost 8 hours today and 5 hours yesterday. Not yesterday, but... No, was it yesterday? The day prior to that? I don't remember. No, yeah, it was Friday. Right. What do you mean the trial hasn't begun yet? It's been 12 hours! Credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. I found out she unwittingly caused the man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? I didn't murder Detective Goodman. I merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. I definitely expected to be done by 8 today, so half an hour ago. And here we are. But hey, it's fine, it's fine. I want to see this through. We are so close to it. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Edgeworth. Inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Normally this is where the prosecution calls for a witness, but this isn't easy to say. See, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness? Let's just see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. That being the case, prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. Would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Not exactly, really. You could have prepared them beforehand, before me calling them. But it sure is better than having him call everyone. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. He's so confused. The defense may now call for the next witness. Well, only one answer possible, right? Damon Gaunt. Defense calls Damon Gaunt to the stand. The Gaunt has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gaunt to the stand. I love his little mimic of twisting his hair. What is this, some kind of practical joke? It's just on my way to lunch. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Fine. My name is Damon Gaunt. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gaunt, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what with a grim face. First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. When that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor. Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. Yeah, let's see the role Gaunt play in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that the police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What do you mean he has the right to refuse to testify? This is bollocks. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, this turns out to be a big waste of time. Don't say I didn't warn you. The witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. To hit hard and fast, okay. I'm gonna read the evidence law, by the way, might as well. Just in case. Look how many evidences we've got. We've got 3 whole pages of it. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. You say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. It's probably what spoke dark. made him run away like that? Don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. The two of you ran immediately after him, right? Went upstairs and went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. Not sure how. What was this? What's this about a power outage? The letter stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Wait. But he's saying he was in the elevator, but he also said that Dark was in the elevator. Right? I think he did. Come on, don't say that with that kind of face. And that's shock as Neil when that knife went into his heart, though. No, the serial killer lying in a heap on the floor, tangled together. Only he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the scene of the crime scene. The victim's body had already been moved. Interestingly enough, we haven't found any blood on the suit of armor, so... Did he, like, replace it completely or something? The forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. Worthy, always a smooth talker. So we should be able to link Gaunt to it, thanks to this in his safe. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? Give Gaunt your explanation, please. I don't know, you tell me, son. My dear Raito, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that drug relevant to this trial? So we need to show that this is relevant. Well, we've got the evidence list with a link to him too, but I'm not sure it's gonna be enough. I think it's pretty much all I've got.
Objection!
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, the piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. I'm glad the game was good enough to, like, not penalize me on using what seemed like a good piece of evidence too soon. The articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this in the illegal investigation. Oh, there's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know? Defense attorneys can do so too. Then that's right, righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dake will receive his due punishment. Oh no, not again! Not the salary cutting noises! If Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Oh no. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? Well, I know you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after dark, was convicted, and they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. But the list was... like, the drawing on the list was made just 3 days after, right? You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. Oh, he's gonna treat him to a nice restaurant. I've planted them in my office. You can prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after dark, was convicted, then they are worthless. There is one we know that was before he was convicted due to the drawing. Oh wait, what does convicted mean exactly? Would it be equivalent to being judged, like to when he received his sentence? Convicted. Okay, so yeah, when he was found guilty. Okay. Well, we know one of them appeared long before he was convicted, right? From what I know. For we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Come now, righto, think about it. No reason to participate in forgery. So I want to show What was it called again? Which was it? I would like to show the evidence list here. Because first we know some stuff is missing from the list, and also we know the drawing on it was made before Dark was convicted. I'm pretty sure. Ooh, I don't like this. Come on! Okay, I guess let's press on everything. Well, maybe not this. But purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did play those items in my safe. Such an act isn't necessarily considered forgery. Not true speaking yet, writer. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Often after Dark was convicted and they're worthless. I'm not too happy about me showing the list not working, not gonna lie. Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil? What could be the position you have, Chief of Police? Resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. You really think I'm that incompetent? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. Resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. We are being pointed at, no! There's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it yourself, you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Edgy, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? Wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Well, there is having Lana help him in it for him. Let's press on this, but I'm not hoping for new info. Sorry, but the person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? You think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. You're tough on crime and tough on people, that's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Wait, what do they mean, point not accomplice? I mean, he wouldn't help someone out, but he did it for himself. To get Lana to help him out with everything. So I want to say no to this, but he did want to help someone out. I guess I'm gonna try no, because it's gonna, like, it's not gonna change anything really if it's not, like, if this makes me go back to the testimony. But think outside the box, after all, that's what you're good at, isn't it? Okay, so in the end we still go back to finding an accomplice. Who would ask the chief for help? Okay, yeah, so we go back to this. We press on, we say Lana was the accomplice. And we are so back. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. If it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Please are positively determined to portray the chief, the nice man who likes to lend people a hand. Not exactly. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gaunt may have helped forge evidence? Well, it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Maskai fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? As for Chief Gaunt, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asks him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. After the similar incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor of the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gaunt. He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Oh my god, this judge is very silly, if not dumb at times. Oh wait, you must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding, never mind. Admit it, Chief, you assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. Do you have any proof of this, that I control Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Yeah, I am scared by this nation's top legal authority right now. Even it doesn't seem like the most dependable one. At least it's not a corrupt one, for a change, if you're talking about the judge. Read without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is what happened in this incident. Of course I'm talking about, yeah, this murder, the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gaunt is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. Yeah, we are throwing quite we are throwing quite the accusations away today. The Chief of Police, nonetheless. This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. Accuse the Chief of Police of blackmail and murder. Murder? What Mr. Edwards said is in easier to understand language. Don't move the blame to Edgeworth. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Oh, are we teaming up for real now? The chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder. Good question indeed. No idea, really. Regardless of his rank and title, Chief Gaunt is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It would better be good. For this evidence that ties Chief Gaunt to the murder of Detective Goodman. Something tying Gaunt directly to Goodman. So this seems to be more about SL9. I would think it would be the Switchblade knife, but I haven't had a chance to check its prints. I would have liked to be able to use the fingerprinting set on the Switchblade knife. I feel like the Switchblade knife is pretty much the only thing that would tie him to this. So let's give it a shot. Whoops. Nah, I'm gonna save just in case. It's like, I know it's hard without going on during this trial. Try to think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago. Ah, right, we have... Okay, I see. We have the ID record, even though we haven't exactly linked it to him precisely yet, I would say. But it's pretty much the only thing I've got, right? One that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that my card number. It's your number. Safe in Chief Gaunt's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. Fred saw your owner. The code was 77777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. We got him. I mean, probably not yet, but we got him slightly. Chief Gaunt, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. The defense's search for my office was in violation of regulations. I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this cause demands an explanation from you for the use of this ID card. What about it? I'm chief of police, whether the evidence room or the bathroom. The difference, I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you enter the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman would have happened to be with you that day, wouldn't he? Of course not, where would he be? I wonder, what would we ask about if he'd be with you on the day of his murder? Haven't seen him in days. Haven't seen him in days, Chief Gaunt. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you have to have met with Detective Goodman. This right purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gaunt met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? First, prove that the victim went to meet Chief Gaunt on the day of the crime. The victim went to meet Chief Gaunt. Everyone should be here for the King of Prosecutor trophy, right? But do I have anything else? I'd rather be sure. I think I have to show the King of Prosecutors trophy, I would guess. We haven't even said anything and we still get penalized. When you come to meet with me tomorrow, perhaps you could write up your letter of termination. What do we have that could be more solid than that? The victim went to meet Chief Gaunt on the day of the crime. Could this have been written by Gaunt? Maybe. Or should it be the switchblade knife that probably has the chief's print, maybe? Or maybe not, actually. Could it be the bloody handprint? Because supposedly it should be Goodman's blood, right? Actually, we don't know this. I mean, it's not in our list of evidence. Like, it's not decisively said that it is Goodman's blood. So my best guess would be this? Mayhaps? No. Well, we might get our second guilty verdict. The only other thing I have in mind would be this. Yeah, we are in deep trouble right now. No, what do you mean? So I have maybe another idea. Could it be about... Yeah, okay. This is what this meant. Can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. A last item report. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. Detective Goodman filled out a last item report. I've had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. Ah, he had to transfer the evidence out, right. He was in charge of transferring SL9. Accompanied him? Did you not? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman? Exactly. Wait. Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. I've just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. That really lent it to Detective Goodman. Would have been found on his body. Holy! We get some nice animation for the new guys from the DS version of the game. Every, like, other sprite has been much more simple. These ones go hard. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind. For no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? Because of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? Well, I would guess he asked a certain prosecutor to send something to the prosecutor's office. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office? Don't think so. You've gone, you left all the evidence we need. Prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. No clue is ever useless. So now I wonder if they're gonna want me to show the screwdriver or the parking stub. I'm thinking probably the parking stub would make more sense, but the screwdriver works in my opinion too. Okay, let's try this. A parking stub, Miles Edgeworth. I decided on picking the parking stub because they mentioned the evidence looking particularly useless. I mean, the screwdriver didn't seem all that useful either. The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. It's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. I mean, I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. Wait, even you know. I didn't plan on returning to my office. The ceremony finished that day. You did return. Tell me why. On Mr. Gant's demands, I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. We wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. With the other stirrings, I brought this back here. So you see, what you are really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver. The victim's body in your trunk. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. Transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. Exactly the opposite. I believe your time is up. Sorry, Raito, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. Remember what I told you earlier? The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Like the right to refuse to testify? I'm invoking that right now. That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. You're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? If you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. I think I had Lana dispose of the body. If so, then show your proof and get it over with. This is again Mr. Wright. Damon Gunt is the current chief of police. Let's make a save while we remember this. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Really, you shouldn't accept any accusation against anyone without proof. Without regard of if they are chief of police or not. Come on. Do you have any concrete proof that Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body? I think I do, actually, but is it gonna be enough? And please hurry up and present it. Just remember, you better prove Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. I wish we could liberally check on fingerprints, because we've got this. Okay, not very conclusive, I guess. But I think Mr. Wright is I'm going to be late for lunch. Yeah, I need some lunch right now, even though it's 9 PM, but you know, dinner, I guess. I don't think I have any proof yet, if not for the knife. Other than that, I've got the cell phone about the muffler, but then it's not very conclusive, is it? We've got this in some way, but like not really conclusive enough. So the only other thing I see, I mentioned Lana's cell phone or the fact that I don't have a proof yet. I'm gonna try. I have no proof yet. We'll see. No, Your Honor, at present I have no conclusive evidence. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? And that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Oji, I'll leave the rest to you. Is it Dover? Are we Jover, chat? I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright.
Objection!
For a second, I was almost ready to load my save. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Yeah, we could Lana become a witness now. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions. Whereas in this trial, someone right in this very room. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Having the defendant be a witness, I'm guessing, is not something that happens too often. That's to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with certain summons orders. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. 15 minutes we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. Hold on. You can't, I thought you were going to eat. Oh no, Twig! No! Aye. How long did you spend just save stating I'm going back? I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Yeah. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Of course you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet. How many times did you show the badge before stopping? Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Hey, I mean, even if Lana doesn't want to tell the truth, we can find contradictions now. Look, we managed to stay in the game. That chief is something else, eh, pals? Oh, right, he's not a detective anymore. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. Us? Not Edward's? Sure, it's the place of the top-knotted girl you used to work with. I mean, can you talk to the dead? Because if not, might be a tough sell to have you instead. Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said? Hi again, Spy Dutch. Can Gumshoe make for a nice top-knotted haircut, do you think? Risk, what did he mean by that? Simple. The chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. I'm as back in the groove. Came 2 hours in the medical office, been listening to the trial from the gallery. It's funny, I almost feel somehow relieved. Her apartment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
She did get hit quite hard. What do you think, I mean, to follow Chief Gaunt's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside. Forced herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. I vaguely recall seeing a meme of a Gumshoe in a Joker outfit. Now I see why. Chief Gaunt may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. Remember now, I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. Better get back, it's time for the final act. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. It's time to end this, indeed. Another to be continued, holy cow. Trial letter 2! Come on! This never ends. Yeah, now I see that. If I had known, I probably would have stopped at the beginning of the last investigation. But hey, now we are here, we're almost at the end, surely. For real. Second try, final version, right? So let's go. Miss Lana Skye, as the Chief Prosecutor, I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Can you believe they're gonna change the law for this one? Can just let it go to day 4? Come on, no! No, don't do that to me. Don't retcon the 3-day rule, please. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. The truth. Just about your relationship with Chief Gaunt. I worked alongside Gaunt for years. No truth to this blackmail theory. Fabricated the evidence 2 years ago by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So many lies in only one testimony. She speaks stiffly like that. She's hiding something inside. Yeah, it's a bit late to second guess ourselves. Defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, no need to press on that. Think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. Fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to rape your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. From what I've read, I remember Great Ace Attorney to be like a long 30 hours long per game. So I'm not surprised there is a long trial in there. 60 hours for the 2 games, if I recall. That's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. When prosecutors marshal's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Broken prosecutor with knife was stuck in the victim's body. When you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. I think why she moved the body is what I'm wondering the most. Because planting the knife is pretty much only to have Dark leave a mark on the body. Pieces of the jar chattered during the events threatened my plans. First found the body's jar was already shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. I'm not sure why they insist on the jar again. Like on the timing of when it was broken down. Because it did break during the events, right? Let's press on this. Probably no actual info in there, but let's try. Since I made senior detective, 24, that would be 5 years. Demogorgon was a respectable detective. No truth says blackmail. Okay, I guess I'm gonna press about the tip of the knife, even though I'm not too sure about this one's relevance. Everyone getting promotion so young. GMS always diminishing yourself. This testimony prosecutor Marshall is broken now for a murder weapon, right? Okay, I'm gonna change it back up to the jar because they seem more interested about this one. Let's see what they say again about the jar. Didn't quite catch what they meant about timing of when it broke. The wretched jar you showed us earlier, in order to show that Dar committed the crime, it would be more expedient to move the body. Let's find the body, the jar was already broken. Actually, well, if it were already broken, like, how would Neil write down Emma on multiple pieces? I kind of forgot about that, but Anna? But if it were already broken, you couldn't have possibly written Emma in so big. I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. Forgery in the scene when Neil Marshall was murdered. The truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain, even though I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. You testify, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." Simple oversight, really. You see, a message written on the jar with the victim's blood. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. More information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Okay, what do we get now? Jar and message in blood. I made Lieutenant notice blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I couldn't think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Yeah, but this has got Emma's prints, not Lana's. Okay, let's see. Miracle the thing hadn't broken earlier, and it looks as feeble as the defense's case. Come on, man. Not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Well, I would have, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to raise the evidence. You had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. What did you use to wipe the blood? Really thought that killed Prosecutor Marshall. Wouldn't have wiped away the blood. That's what I have done in that situation. Only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. A pocket light and camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. No, that's highly specific. She didn't get any last piece though. Okay, let's take a little new save now that we are at another turning point. Yeah, okay, it's written here that we got the final fragment in Chief Gaunt's safe, so I'm pretty confident I can mention this. Sky, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of. Found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gaunt's safe. Something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. The night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Yeah, indeed the pieces were quite big, like a lot bigger than expected, really. It may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They went with my soul along. Can you believe that? In this witness hour of the scene, the jar was already broken. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. The person discovered the scene prior to the witness. Yeah, for real, TMS. Question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact that fact for 2 years? Well, Yona, can you answer that? For a moment, I thought he would crash out a bit harder than that. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Proceed to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question, what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. From the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Coming to help her sister, she sought Gaunt's aid. Sending her his aid, Gaunt helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. Sparing Emma and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. I feel I've heard the exact opposite saying from about prosecutors earlier in this trial, earlier in this case. You do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. What do you mean? Not exactly, we just point out stuff. What if we still smack dab in the middle of Gaunt's trap? That may be right after all. Ah, where are we getting with this now? Do you do tell for lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. Evidence was fabricated behind your back, and then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. Could we have our very first cross-examination without any rebuttal to make against a lie? Oh, no lie in a testimony for once? But still, we're gonna have to find some contradiction in there. A witness may testify once more for the final time. When I arrived, found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. Had Chief Gaunt helped me remove the body from the sword and carry it, if it all really was fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Only thing we got this morning was the Book of Law, right? Book of Evidence Law. Did she give us anything else today? I don't think she did. Yeah. Picture I took of a crime scene as I encountered it. It might be needed. Yeah, we never got that picture. Picture in there somewhere. I feel like I'm having the biggest of brain farts right now, not remembering what she gave me this morning. Oh, is it actually this? Aha, okay. Why didn't I think of examining it before? Or could I not? Oh, there's a big piece of this missing. No detective saw the crime scene like this. Conducted criminal affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Could he have fabricated that piece of glass with her fingerprints on it? Like, she wasn't conscious. He could very much have made that on the spot. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Body impale on his... Ah, he's back from lunch. Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. What now, you want to make me out as a bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? He did look at least a tiny bit worried just a few seconds ago. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. Evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. So, what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? That proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Right, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. Okay, nothing else to see here. Oh, I can't check on that again. Registered evidence printed must be relevant to case on trial. We can't show this evidence due to evidence law, right? It hasn't been approved. I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. Conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I see it because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. Once you figure it out, take a good look at this picture. The victim's vest. Notice anything odd about the chest area? A part of it's been cut off for some reason. Seems you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. He is so surprised when we've been talking only about that for the past, what, 3 hours in game probably? Okay, just a sec. Up. If we eat it, no one will know. Seems like it would probably be a bit chewy. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto? Well, I'll just let you pin me up as a murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. You can't testify. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene she would ask me for my aid. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plan the knife, tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. Sure, my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder the girl committed. Do you take me for a fool? I didn't meet police chief by dumb luck. This is a jar fragment. I hate the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood of all the pieces. Indeed, yeah, good question. Could he have fabricated this? Oh, some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. Come on, Raito, cough it up already, I know you have it. So you admit to it then, Chief Gaunt, that you were hiding the claws you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it, I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. It's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. We still control the evidence due to rule number 1 of evidence law. About then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Aren't you waiting for the difference? I love how we still get penalized even though no one penalizes us. Alright then, let's see conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. I mean, to me it should be this. Right? Right? The fact that you can't check for fingerprints on everything really makes my life a lot harder. I'm wondering about this knife. Like, the only thing I feel I should show actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Couldn't be that piece of glass, right? Should I show evidence law to say I can't show it? I was just penalized for saying I can't show it. Body handprint on Marshall's own locker. Like, I feel if I show the piece of glass, it's game over, like instant game over. Because then we say that Emma did it. Even though he very probably fabricated this. No, I want to show the switchblade knife. At worst I lose. I get a penalty. If I show the piece of cloth and it's not what I need to show, I just lose. So let's try the switchblade knife. I'll just make a save just in case. Oh! Remember that thing with the murderer's handprint on it, don't you? Right, but I can't show this. I kind of want to show evidence law to say I can't show it. I want to try it. Even with what happened earlier, I want to show it. Might not be the right time. I might need to show it later to justify me not showing the piece of cloth. I guess I'll show the piece of glass. Maybe I'll just die for it, but... There's a crime. You personally got out this piece of the victim's vest. Did I goof up? I probably goofed up, I feel. You are slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? I mean, I can't deny they are Emma Skies. I don't know. Did I do the right thing or did I just die? Like, did I just mess up? Oh, you're really something, Raito. You knew the girl did it all along. And you still try to pin the murder on me. I said this trial isn't over yet. I'm in the same state as everyone in here. I'm confused. I'm like, did I goof up? Is it over? Is it not over yet? But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, it's your career too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence that, my friend, is a serious offense. Looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? You can't, you're absolutely right. This piece of glass proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? What could be this contradiction now? What could I have missed? it's on the wrong side of the jacket or not, or something? Or is it pressed too strong for Emma's strength? I don't know. What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Did he choose the wrong hand for where it was? No, okay, it's right hand and it was cut on the right side. Right facing side, rather. I see a right hand, so it could be on that spot. What am I missing here? What am I not seeing? Right, but it was... Like, did he cut it beforehand? It's so hard when you're this many hours deep. Yeah, I've been at it for 9 hours and it's like, even not accounting for how long I've been into this today, it's still a very long trial, very long case, so you've got to make some leaps at times and remember some old stuff. So I wonder what contradicts this clause. I would think it would contradict the picture because, like, I think that this could say that Gaunt put Marshall on there after having cut this. Like, logically you'd like put him down and then cut the cloth. What I mean? Another thought that came to mind would be it contradicts evidence law, because we couldn't show it due to approval of the police department, right? Or it could be the switchblade knife. I've always been a bit I've always been wondering what this mark was on it that I could never actually examine properly. But okay, I guess I'm gonna try this, thinking that like this makes it look like it's been cut and then the guy has been put on there. What I would think. Where the piece of this vest was cut out. The shirt is showing underneath. I got without the blood on his vest though. Chest is soaked with blood, that's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. But poured out of his mouth. And there is no blood on this piece of cloth. Okay, I did not pay attention to that part. Somehow I came to the right conclusion, but not like the right way. I was like, this isn't practical, no one would do this. Yeah, I guess. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this class, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. Now then, Chief Gaunt, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, of the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the arm of sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, that person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And Maitland, I believe her sister, did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. This has been going on. Okay, I was about to say this has been going on for so long, I don't think it's over yet. And it wasn't. Okay, let's go. Oh, that was close, writer. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. You see, that piece of glass is illegal evidence. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Yeah, it's a long one. I definitely thought that would be done like 2 hours ago. And here we are, still continuing, but for real it's almost over this time. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Ajay? Earlier, old writer here concealed that piece of glass. We did kind of hide it. But back then it was actually illegal, now it's not anymore. In that moment, the piece of glass ceased to be legal evidence. Ooh, do you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Grant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. We finally get to show the book. Time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. I love how he says his plan, even though we keep improvising as this goes along. Okay, so now I have a problem. I did not read the preceding sentence. And now I'm wondering exactly what he has. That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of glass. I mean, we purposefully hid it, but not illegally. Okay. We did not illegally hide it. I admit I refused to present it at one point.
Objection!
Yeah, the question is very weirdly put here. Not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't. There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Ajay, don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward you can't truly believe.
Objection!
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. I love this fucking book. Love the fucking picture, it's so good. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. I've done my homework too, Chief. Yeah, you've done your homework like just this morning. You didn't know about this 3 days earlier. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. Without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance from the class and the SL9 incident. You want relevancy? Take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? Beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Diamond Gaunt. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. He created his own demise. Well then that you approved this class. It's conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved this class. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gaunt, the killer was you. Oh no, we're losing him. Oh no, is he gonna fall over? I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime isn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, convinced Bruce Goodman. Ah, so this is why Gaunt wanted Goodman killed. Prevent the evidence from being moved around, like to prevent the evidence from being prevented to be moved around. Certainly there is another way I could have said this, but you see what I mean. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. Saw Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a last item report. Went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Please reopen the investigation, Chief. Can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up his SL9. That's when I saw it, the cursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Thanks would led to more blood, making it nearly impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. I used to be known as a crime computer. Everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. You broke your tongue, but what's the big deal? Make a lot more than us detectives ever will. He's not wrong, really, in that way. Especially considering he keeps cutting down everyone's salary. How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did. I did if the truth came out. With the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. Also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crime than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. Just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it all alone. To go at it alone, I guess? I sense a hint of foreshadowing here. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Edgy. Like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gaunt. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. Sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Now you have Raito here and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of a new beginning. There are two things I want to understand. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gaunt betrayed you from the beginning. Give me Sky. You no longer have any reason to keep silent. Right, when this trial is over, I'll tell everything on that I've done these past 2 years. And Sam had Gaunt helped me forge evidence up until today. Are we done? And then day 4 starts. Sorry, Miss Sky, I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what a high standards you have for a rookie. Can't see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, just might make it to the top. We got a smile, let's go! Are you my thanks, Mr. Wright? And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Oh, yeah, I did. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. Done well, Mr. Edgeworth. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Sky, you are innocent of murder, however, Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. There's something amusing about all of this. Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Ah, I'm so fucking relieved it's finally done. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty. Woo! I feel like we've never deserved any not guilty as much as this one. That is all, this court is adjourned. This was both by far the longest and the hardest trial we've ever had to do. I've never been so happy to hear that song. At long last, it's finally over. Sorry, it's still completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted of murder she didn't commit. It's now after the trial ended. No, I did my best to. Yeah, I guess I would have deserved some praise too. I didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. I love how this guy keeps coming up. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making it to run all around while on duty? And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. You're here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. Came today because of you, pal. Right, I thought you'd like to see someone. Finally, the reunion. Still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you don't. If you won't. Aww. That day 2 years ago. The first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. I was going to help me cover up the truth. I was doing it for your sake. Now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to, it was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, and bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours, scared of how you'd react if you knew. Turned my back on you that day, in hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. I'm such a fool. Took me all this time to realize it. I mean, of course she'd be happy, like, since Lana is finally free. Sis always knew that one day you'd come back, and now you have. Such a positive outlook on all of this. Exactly what we need after all of that. Aww. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find a way back to our rightful path. It is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Right, Mr. Gumshoe? Thank you both for all that you've done. Sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Hmm? Could this be a reference to the investigation episode? Or I think the first investigation episode was only on... I mean, started on GBA, right? Could be hinting that way. Stop hiding and come over here. Why do you always look mad? I just came to say congratulations. My headcanon is he was hidden behind this plant. And very poorly hidden too. And up he goes. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We're the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Neither that, but I don't even trust myself anymore, if Gaunt was right. Yeah, this surely would go get under his skin. Considering how close he was to doing similar stuff from Gaunt. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. In order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. Who knows, given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gaunt did. That's what terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Ooh, will he become an investigator instead? I do vaguely recall his series to be called Ace Attorney Investigation, something like that. Damon Gaunt and duo mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. They both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You went alone. Back to the victory song, let's go! We're working together with Mr. Wright. Because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. And that's right, Mr. Wright. What is this, a pop quiz? He's so fucking confused. Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. I actually don't know. This parking stub? King of Prosecutors trophy? Obviously the lawyer badge has to be that. I double clicked on it, okay, it's fine. Right, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. Wait, I messed that up. I thought there would be some kind of a meaning behind having both the halberd and the shield. Apparently not. Maybe the badge was the answer all along. Time for me to get a salary cut. Yes. Ay, ay, ay. Excuse me, there are still some loose end that needs wrapping up. Okay, but no, what was it? What did I miss? Was it the parking stub? Probably not, right? Screwdriver? Was it a screwdriver? I guess now it's gone anyway. Yeah, shift press them. No, how could I mess that up? What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. And let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. Oh, really? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I guess we did, but like it's true for pretty much everything metaphorically, I guess. I see, yeah, makes sense. Kinda. Just having only one try when so many things could fit is a bit, yeah. Anyway, it seems I owe you my thanks too, right? What I face now is my problem. Should I be going to? We both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Ooh! So fucking cute! Yeah, and this is a little something for you. The first book I ever bought. Study it well. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. As for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go tricking out just yet, pal. There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. See, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. I didn't know you had a wild side. The right here is the one who will be footing the bill. Will we? Are we officially getting a salary cut right now? Come on, please don't. Do you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Thank you, Mr. Wright, you're the best. And we all go pay it off together.
Objection!
Whew. Holy shit! For so long! I should be pleased to study under a top coroner. For me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Here's hoping it happens, but I have firm belief it's gonna happen. There's a gunner from up. Looks my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it would be worse than firing you. That's what they said. Goes to show you can't shake me off that easily. Holy cow, I'm dead. Goes inside and outside. Holy shit. Thank you, Adesil. Hope you are good today. In a while. Hope you've been doing good. Heck, Mikins, hate these guys so much. Yeah, the megaphone noise is real bad. Doesn't help that Mikins is also associated with that damn song when you have to look at the video footage. The Blue Badger is your boy, really? I would have thought you'd hate that song. And hence hate the Blue Badger too. You still managed to sneak this into me, she's saying one of the guards, it seems. Boy, looks like you did it. You gave Bombina back her smile. Take the Blue Badger song over Mikins any day. Okay, fair. Now on this I can get behind. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. The break. As a farewell gift I put a new meal on the menu. The right whale lunch. Top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout seam. Just make sure to eat it backwards. I'll never forget what the young defense lawyer said about the trial. Let's see what was his name again. The left? He forgot real quick. Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for many years. Not trying to get to, so I'd better go. Team left. Always team left. Nothing sweet the soul like fresh country air. Sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Did you find a waterfall to go under? You were on, Nick? Oh, that was tiring, but it was so good. So good. Ooh, what could this letter be now? Ooh, she's going to stay in Europe. Interesting. That would be alright. This sure ain't gonna help about visiting. Hey, hopefully by the time she's back. Okay, how do I open this now? Mm-hmm. Aw. So cute together. Oof. I'm beat. I don't know what to say. Yeah, game 1 complete. Still, how many games in that series? 6 or 7 more, something like that. But yeah, game 1 complete. That was great. The jump between Trial 4 and Trial 5 are quite rough though. More than that, let me count. So we have Apollo Justice Trilogy, 2 Great Detective, 2 or 3 Investigation games. That makes 7 or 8 for me. Yeah, Trial 5 was added in the DS version, I think. 2 investigation games, so yeah, I count 7 right now remaining. But that's not accounting for some spin-offs, I guess. Namely the Professor Layton one. But yeah, that was really great, and having new mechanics in Trial 5 was very interesting, as far as like seeing more use of the DS and, well, I guess PC in that case. 2265. Right, I did forget the 2 I'm missing in here. Yeah, that's quite a lot. 10 games. I did forget to count number 2 and 3, I think, in my counting. I did get the 3 Apollo Justice, 2 Investigations. Yeah, 2 Great Ace Attorney, so yeah, missing the 2 I'm missing from that trilogy. But yeah, that was great. I wonder how this series is gonna move on as far as difficulty goes. Because trial number 5 was super hard. So hopefully I still manage to, like, not get lost too much in the sauce in the next games. But yeah, part of me can't wait to get to the next ones, and part of me wants to wait quite a bit. So we are gonna wait quite a bit, first and foremost. But yeah, for what we're gonna do next, first I'm gonna prepare you a raid. I'm questioning if I should bring you all to Pi stream. Let's see, how far along is he in his stream? Still seems to be playing some Abe's Odyssey. I think 2 and 3 are more in line with cases 1 to 4. Okay, yeah. I mean, cases 1 to 4 were still plenty hard at times. This, sometimes I had to make quite a few leaps of faith to find what was needed, and sometimes also what didn't help were false equivalents, I guess. At times when I thought I should show something and it was something linked to it, but not directly it to show, you know? Like once the game was very nice about it and didn't let me show the piece of glass, but probably more as a matter of the game still being logical with everything, more so than being compromising to me. But yeah, the case 4 was very good too. I'm very happy I've been playing all of this. I did expect it to be good, but certainly not to be as enthralled by it as I was, especially for cases number 4 and 5, which were very good. Case 5 really beat me up by being super long and rough at times, but it was a great one too. But yeah, I don't think I will go for too much longer. Been a while already, so I will send you all to Pi, who is having a little event where he's doing retro achievements for a bunch of games and having a little spin of the wheel at times to decide what he's gonna play next. Right now he's playing Abe's Odyssey, and yeah, we'll see you next time, probably tomorrow unless I'm too dead from today. But early in the week, to try out Tales of Symphonia. I've had a bit of a change of plan before Suikoden 2 due to someone I know wanting to play Tales of Symphonia soon, so I need to play it myself first. So yeah, I will not dawdle too much more, and I will let you say a little hi to Pi and enjoy his stream, and enjoy the rest of your day or night. See you.